Geniuses of Hard Work by froznx. Night had long since fallen on the village of Konoha. Most of the village had shut their lights off and went to bed by now. However, one light still burned bright in the village. The Hokage and Iruka sat awake, albeit barely, in Iruka's case in the old man's office. Some people would wonder why the two would still be awake at such a late hour. The reason was actually quite simple. Hatake Kakashi. The man was late again. Iruka knew that the chunin they sent to get him may have had to wake him up, but it still shouldn't have taken nearly this long for the man to get ready and be on his way. They wouldn't have needed him at all if Iruka hadn't needed to change the teams. He had just recently given Naruto his headband, making the boy an official shinobi. While he had done so gladly at the time, he was regretting it at the moment. Finding Naruto a team had been easy, he just made the mistake of throwing him in the group with a chronically late sensei who they happened to need permission from before they changed his team. Not that Iruka was sure the Hokage really needed permission for anything, but it was still courteous to let the man know of his new arrangement. At least that's what Iruka would have thought even an hour and a half ago. Now he was just tired and about fed up with waiting for him. Not to mention he was still covered in cuts and bruises from his scrap with Mizuki. Yeah, all the big stuff had been healed, but he still felt particularly sore. Looking at the Hokage, he noticed that the man's elderly face didn't seem at all tired or even all that anxious about the tardiness of one of his shinobi. He just sat there going about his paperwork. Iruka was about to inquire as to why he seemed so content with this clear showing of disrespect when a loud pop happened right next to him. Following the pop was a cloud of smoke of which the current object of Iruka's contempt stepped out of. Yo! The man held one hand in the air as he spoke lazily. The Hokage smiled. Good to see you, Kakashi. What kept you this time? Kakashi shrugged. You know, I had to rescue a tree from a cat weight. Kakashi paused and seemed to think about it for a minute, much to Iruka's chagrin. Iruka decided to give a small cough to alert the Jonin of his presence. Kakashi turned slowly and looked at Iruka steadily with his one eye. Something about that unnerved the chunin a little. This stare-off continued 30 seconds until Kakashi's one visible eye appeared to smile at him. Sorry, I didn't even see you there. Iruka wanted to retort with slander of some sort but stopped. The man was here. Might as well just end things fast. He could finally get this whole thing over with and get some well-deserved rest. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly pulled out a sheet of paper. There was a change to the team's. Uzumaki Naruto has been swapped into your group. At least that was what he intended to say. Instead, the only thing heard was the door being kicked in and a voice loud enough to wake half the village. Dynamic entry! The green beast, otherwise known as Might Guy, leapt into the office. When he landed, he took a sweep of the room, but his eyes stopped when he caught sight of the hair that defied gravity itself. Ah, my youthful rival Kakashi. I see your flame burns bright this night as well. Tell me, my friend, what brings you to this place at this untimely hour? Guy's assault of words was spoken in just as booming a voice as when he first entered, and Iruka felt like plugging his ears. Instead, he let out what sounded like a whimper, dropped the paper, and slid down into his seat. Defeated. Oh God, when did you get here? Kakashi said with disinterest and his nose deep in a bright orange book. Damn! Guy shouted, throwing his hands in the air. I can't stand that hip attitude of yours. It drives me insane. If it were not 3 in the morning, I would challenge you to youthful combat. Alas, even I need to recharge my battery at night. Several thoughts came to Iruka at once. The first pondered on if there was a volume switch for this man. Seriously, did the man ever stop shouting? Another thought was much more horrifying. If this was what the man was like on low energy, he never wanted to see him fully charged. Third, but definitely not a thought to disregard, was the spandex-clad man's purpose in being here. Surely it was some form of divine punishment, which led him to wonder what he did to deserve it. As this train of wonder kept on going, so did Guy's voice. However, Guy paused his rant as he took note of the paper Iruka had dropped to the floor. In the blink of an eye, he snatched it up and was reading through its contents. Taking on Gen and Team Kakashi? Might as well fail them now, none of them could compete with my Lee. Kakashi continued to ignore him and read his book. Undeterred, Guy continued, although I've heard of this Uzumaki Naruto. He sounds most youthful. It is a shame it is channeled into things such as pranks. Under the proper guidance, he could light a flame of youth so bright even the sun would seem just a flicker. Then how about a trade? You take Naruto, and I'll take that Hyuga genius off your hands. Iruka's head suddenly snapped up, staring wide-eyed at Kakashi, the comment clearly breaking him of his depressed train of thoughts. Guy himself rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Hokage sat in his chair. His expression had yet to change since Kakashi entered. The one-eyed Jonin hadn't even pulled his face out of the book as he spoke. He took the silence as a chance to add more. If you are afraid of not being able to study more about the Juken style, then I have a solution. There was also a Hyuga in this graduating class. The heiress, in fact. Give me the female on your team and you can have her too. Guy's shiny smile seemed to make the room even brighter. It was true. He had been worried about losing insight on the Juken, but he would never admit it. The gentle fist fascinated him, and he would be damned if he lost a way to study it. Guy was also no fool. He knew that even though she was the heiress, she was the black sheep of the clan. While most Hyugas stood tall and arrogant, she walked hunched and meekly. But that in itself was a plus. Between him, Lee, and maybe even this Naruto, they could bring her out of that and make her much more youthful than her older cousin. It was decided. I accept Kakashi, but what do you say? Why don't we make this more interesting? Kakashi for the first time looked up from his book, but before he could inquire as to what Guy meant, Irika interrupted. You can't be serious? He sounded exasperated. You can't simply trade teams, especially with a group that's been together for a whole year now. It just can't be done. He looked to the Hokage for support, but to his horror saw a gleam in the elderly man's eye. All 5 eyes were now on him. After a drag on his pipe and a long blow, he spoke. I would like to hear the rest of what Guy has to say. If possible, Guy's smile got bigger while Irika's mouth seemed to hit the floor. A bet. Guy continued. The team that does better in the upcoming Chunin exams is the winner of the bet, simple as that. As for the stakes, you will finally show me what is behind that mask. Guy shouted the last bit, and again Irika was sure half the village was awake now. You have to give up spandex, was Kakashi's quick retort. For life, he added as an afterthought. Guy seemed to pale at the terms, but it went away almost as fast as it appeared. He apparently had little doubt of failure. Looks like we got a deal then. They both turned to the Hokage. Guy bowed to nearly a 90-degree angle before speaking again. I would be honored if you would arrange this for us, Hokage-sama. The Hokage looked thoughtful for a minute. Guy seemed to be sweating profusely from his position, but refused to stand up straight. Irika chewed on his nails nervously. Kakashi looked as calm and uninterested as ever. Finally the Hokage spoke. I'll accept to on a few terms. Guy shot up straight so fast the Hokage felt his own back ache. If only he could somehow draw on his flames of youth. Firstly, you are both required to have your teams participate in D-rank missions for at least 2 weeks. Next, I want this to be explained to the teams in a way as not to upset them. I don't care what you say, but I want no hard feelings between you and your students. Finally, take great care of Naruto's secret. He just became aware of it tonight. As his sensei, help him out in any way you can to make sure he knows you see him for who he is. That is all. The last 2 had been directed at Guy. He knew it wouldn't be hard for his team to part though. His other 2 students just didn't have the youth Lee and himself seemed to exude. He had hoped with time that they would show more passion, but Neji remained cold and uncaring. Tenten was a kind enough student but was always more focused on sharpening her weapons and training with Neji than working out with them. Not that she could have kept up anyway. It was heartbreaking to admit, but it seemed as almost 2 different teams had formed within Team Guy. This was not something Guy intended to let happen again. Guy was also well prepared for the 3rd term. He saw the looks the boy was given. The fact that he turned out the way he did spoke volumes of the flames of youth he harbored. Guy had nothing but respect for the poor boy. The Hokage just then continued with instructions for the 2. Guy, you and Lee are to go pick up Naruto and Hinata a day from now. They have tomorrow off. I'll leave it to you, Kakashi, as to where you want to meet your new students. Just be sure to pick up Sasuke at the academy. And try to be on time. The Hokage knew it was a lost cause, but hey, he tried. With nothing else to say, the 2 bowed and turned to leave. As Guy took a step towards the door, he tripped over something. 3 sets of eyes looked down to realize that one Yumino Irika had fainted, probably when the Hokage had agreed to the arrangement. The Hokage only chuckled as he asked Guy to take him to the hospital for him. Guy nodded his acceptance. He picked the man up, slung him over his shoulder, and was on his way with blazing speed. Kakashi then disappeared in a poof of smoke just as he had come. The Hokage finally leaned back in his chair. He felt more his age now that they were gone. He needed to start hanging around young people more. He chucked. Just what he needed, more of Guy's youthful speeches. At least Naruto should be enough of a handful for Guy for a while. If not the other way around. He chuckled some more. He looked down at the rest of the team sheets. He would have to arrange them some more for Irika. Fortunately, it wouldn't be hard. There happened to be just one easy fix. The Hokage stood up and all his bones in his body cracked. He walked over to the door and shut the light off. It had been a long night. At least it promised for interesting things in the future. Naruto was irritated. He had been having such a good day. He had made it to the academy on time. That would be the first and last time that ever happened. Naruto had thought he had been having a pretty lucky streak until now. Someone had finally accepted him. He became a ninja, a step closer to his goal of Hokage. Hell, he even got to teach the old man's grandkid a perverted jutsu yesterday. So naturally he figured his luck had turned around. Only to turn around and be completely shut down by Sakura. But that was no problem. He was used to that. He was also quite upset when Sakura and him hadn't been put in the same team. It did help that she looked just as dejected when not put in a team with Sasuke. Instead, she had left with Shino and Kiba and some female jonin who had long black hair. Again, this wasn't the point of his concern. It also wasn't the fact that Sasuke and he had done something unspeakable. They had kissed. Naruto shuddered even thinking about it. He didn't even care when all the girls had thrashed him. Once again, this wasn't the current cause of his irritable mood. No, the problem was when they got called off into teams he hadn't been put in one at all. Naruto wanted to know what the hell was going on. He was in the room with just Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, and Hinata. It made him feel better that at least they looked as confused as he was. In fact, Hinata happened to be just as confused as Naruto. She hoped that the fact that the three of them were the only genin left in the room meant that they were on a team, but something seemed off. Maybe they weren't made ninja after all and were being sent back. Maybe they would be told to quit altogether. Hinata could understand if they told her that, but not Naruto. He worked so hard and didn't deserve something like that. Surely he would find some way to overcome it though. She thought all this while shyly staring at the boy of her affections who was obviously miffed. Iruka had one big headache. All the medicine and healing ninjutsu in the world wouldn't be enough to get rid of this one. He couldn't believe he had to do this. Thankfully Naruto was quietly fuming at the moment, but that wouldn't last for too long. He had to say something and then make a break for it. Naruto, Hinata. He started earning both of their undivided attention now. You are both to be placed together on a team with another student who graduated a year before you. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by none other than the boy he was addressing. What the hell is this? Why are we being placed with someone not from our class? Before Iruka could explain, even Sasuke voiced up. That doesn't explain what is going to happen to me. Am I to be on a team by myself? Iruka couldn't help but notice the hint of hope in the sole surviving Uchiha's voice. Iruka rubbed his temples. Thank God this was it for a while. The two are actually related. Sasuke, you were to be taken by the other genin's teammates to meet with a new sensei for all of you. As he said this, a girl with twin buns and a pink Chinese garb knocked and walked in. Smiling politely, she announced that she was there for Sasuke. Said boy got up and ambled over to the girl. As they walked out, Iruka heard something about chronically late sensei. Knowing if he had any hope for his head ever recovering, Iruka left too after wishing the remaining two students good luck. They were going to need it. To say Hinata felt relieved was an understatement. Not only was she still going to become a ninja, but she was now on the same team as Naruto. Nothing could have brought her down from this. Not even the disapproving glare that she received from her father. Which happened all too often. So what do you think our teammate and sensei will be like? Hinata gave a squeak and jumped away from the unexpectedly close voice. Naruto looked startled by her outburst, but his face then settled on what looked like an apologetic glance. Now he thinks I'm a scared weak girl, she mused remorsefully. Why did she have to be so jumpy around him? I'm sure they're great and ninja. I am interested to meet our teammate as well. As she spoke, she silently cursed her stutter. She summoned up the courage to say more just when the door was kicked in and the glass on one of the windows shattered. Flying in from both ends were similar-looking men. Both of them clad in green spandex that made Hinata blush a little. The matching bowl cuts and thick bushes that appeared to be eyebrows weren't helping their appearance. Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. The names were shouted at the same time, Naruto's by the older and hers by the younger. And to her amazement, she watched as they took odd poses and started introductions. My name is Rock Lee. I am pleased to meet my new teammates. May we share many youthful moments together. My Guy is my name, but you may call me Guy Sensei. I am your Jonin instructor and cannot wait to kindle your flames of youth. Naruto was speechless. That was a definite first. He had been so surprised that he had drawn a kunai. He now stood on his desk in a sloppy bow stance, but he could do nothing but open and close his mouth as he watched the performance. The kunai in his hand was long forgotten. Someone please tell me this is a joke. He all but whispered as they finished. First off, he was stuck with a quiet weird girl and now two obnoxious psychopaths. The psychopath with the Chunin vest also happened to have good hearing. This is no joke, Naruto. Be prepared to be taught in the most youthful way possible. It begins now. Meet us at Training Ground 3. Just as he said it, they both disappeared in a green blur. Naruto couldn't believe it. Damn, that was fast. Naruto's face suddenly lit up. If they can teach me to do that, then this might not be so bad. Naruto quickly jumped down from the desk he was standing on and rushed out the window after them. Hinata looked around in shock in the now empty room. Then she slowly lowered her head sadly. They had left her behind. Hinata. She looked up in surprise to see Naruto leaning inside the window scratching his head. Where's Training Ground 3 again? Hinata felt herself smile involuntarily. I'll show you. She got up and quickly began to descend the steps. You're the best, Hinata. The Hyuga heiress stumbled after Naruto's words processed in her mind. She managed to keep from falling, but a huge blush painted her face for a long time afterward. Lee arrived at the training ground just behind his sensei. He had put on the show his sensei expected, but he was torn. Lee did not know how to feel about this. It had been such a bombshell. They all met up at 7 in the morning like usual after he and his sensei's 5 o'clock training just for Guy Sensei to tell them they would no longer be a team. Lee didn't like Neji, but he was his eternal rival. What was Lee to do without him to challenge every day? Neji of course took the news coolly. He had thanked Sensei for everything and just took it at that. He didn't even protest. Tenten at least was tearful. She had asked if it was because Guy was disappointed in them in some way. Guy had assured them that he wasn't and that sometimes teams just had to split up. The team had eaten one last meal together after training before Tenten had given him and Sensei a wet hug before promising to keep in touch. Things were changing too fast and all at once. Lee didn't like it. Guy Sensei promised him though that he would come to like these new teammates of his. He said Naruto was much like himself and suffered a hard pass. Hinata was meanwhile a sweet innocent version of her cousin. Not that it made her any less deadly. At least that's what Lee figured. What's done is done, Lee concluded as Naruto and Hinata slid into the clearing. He would make the best of this for Guy Sensei. Not to mention for himself. Naruto really couldn't believe it. These guys were like lightning. He hadn't seen them at all while trying to catch up, and when he arrived at the training ground it looked like they had been there for at least a minute. They stood straight and tall and had apparently caught their breath. They were real shinobi. He was going to learn how to do that now. What jutsu did you guys use to make you do that? He said, walking toward them trying to mask his heavy breathing. Guy let out a boisterous laugh that made Naruto flinch slightly. We did not use any kind of jutsu, Naruto. Then how did you move so fast? The blonde asked, his breathing already recovered. Simple, my young student. Guy's voice rang across the whole clearing as he pulled out two strange objects. We use these. That's so awesome. Hey, what are those, sensei? Naruto was about to burst with excitement. With a laugh, Guy explained. These are weights, Naruto. Naruto's excitement disappeared and a frown appeared on his face at Guy's answer. How are those supposed to help me get faster? They only sound like they're gonna slow me down. Lee cleared his throat to answer, but Guy stuck out his arm to silence him. I think I see a look of understanding in Hinata. Guy observed. Hinata gave a squeak and ducked her head. She was blushing furiously now. She was hoping no one would point her out since she still hadn't recovered her breath. How had her teammates done it so quickly? When she tilted her head up, Naruto and Guy were looking at her expectantly. Well, I think if while you run with the increased W weight for a while you build up better endurance. That way when you take them off you feel lighter and are able to move faster. By the time she finished she had been speaking in little more than a whisper, but Naruto had managed to catch it all. Somehow. He began to nod his head quickly. Yeah, I get it, that's sweet. Give me all the weights you got, sensei. Naruto said, turning back to the green-clad man. Naruto felt an involuntary shiver at his sensei's tone. You should be considerate of your teammate. She will need some too. She is an invaluable asset to us now. As are you, of course. We must all work towards a common goal. Guy chided. MG goal? Hinata managed to squeak out. Yes! Guy shouted, his loud voice returned. I shall strive to make all of you geniuses of hard work. Naruto and Hinata shared a confused look. Without needing a prompt, Guy jumped into his explanation. Geniuses are those born with natural talent. They hardly have to try and they succeed with ease. Sasuke in your class and Hinata's cousin and my former student Neji are considered geniuses. A scowl formed on Naruto's face at the mention of Sasuke while Hinata lit up in realization. Geniuses of hard work, however, aren't as lucky. We have to work hard, train day in and day out to become the best we can be. In the end, though, it is worth it. We come out stronger because of our hardships, and we stand above those who don't suffer the way we had to. We may not be as strong at first, but in the end we are superior. What you do with this newfound strength is up to you. However, I trust you to use it wisely." Guy shouted this last bit with his fist in the air and a leg up on some log that hadn't been there a moment ago. When he looked at Naruto and Hinata, he saw what he wanted. There was determination. Even the shy Hyuga had appeared moved, and he knew there was more than hope for her now. He would make them the best. Together with Lee, they would be an unstoppable force. It was too bad he still had one more test before they could truly become a team. Guy continued in Hinata's passionate shout, "And so we will begin by evaluating your skills." "How are we going to do that, sensei?" Naruto asked with his hand held high in the air. "Glad you asked. You are both going to spar against Lee. Your goal is to beat him using your flames of youth." Naruto was about to ask what he meant by flames of youth, but decided against it. One passionate speech a day was his limit. "Okay, then settle into your stances. Remember, aim to kill and hold nothing back. You won't be able to beat Lee any other way." Any questions? Naruto had died at the sound of a challenge. He licked his lips. This was going to be good. Hinata didn't know how to react. The only thought in her head was how everyone was going to see what a failure she was. The three Genin settled into their respective fighting stances, Hinata activating her Byakugan before doing so. Guy quickly saw the flaws in Naruto's stance. Not that they were hard to miss. It looked to Guy like the boy had never been shown a proper stance in his life. Which wouldn't have been a big surprise either. Hinata, on the other hand, showed perfection. He began to ponder how she could be disregarded by her clan with such a flawless stance, but decided to wait until seeing more to judge. After all, he wasn't a hasty man. "I should mention one more thing. If you fail to win, I'll have to send you both back to the academy." Guy laughed as Naruto and Hinata both turned to him in shock. "What?" Naruto yelled. That was a part of the bargain. He was supposed to have been out for sure. He had gone through too much to have this man tell him he would be going back. Guy smiled but didn't say anything more. As he raised his arm in the air, he watched his Jin intense. With a big intake of breath, he let his arm drop and boomed. "Ready, go!" Naruto was off like a rocket. He was going to end this quick. He couldn't afford to be sent back. Lee had been caught off guard by Naruto's lack of hesitation and nearly didn't block a left hook aimed at the side of his head. Lee returned the punch, but Naruto stepped back to avoid it. Naruto then jumped forward and launched a high kick at Lee, who blocked again. Spinning quickly with the force of the blow, Lee sent a kick at Naruto's midsection. Grinning, Naruto blocked it, only to be launched backwards into a tree about 20 yards away. Hinata stopped short. She had nearly been to Lee when he sent Naruto flying. Poor Naruto. She had planned to send a Juken into Lee's back, but her slight hesitation gave him enough time to notice her. He quickly settled into what Hinata noted as a defensive stance. Of course, she realized Lee was aware of her special attacks and was thus wary to be the one to approach. Taking a breath to steady herself, she inched closer. When Lee gave no reaction, she jumped at him. Lee noticed the movement and sprung backwards. Hinata pressed forward, swinging her Juken steadily and fluidly. Just as she thought she might connect, he disappeared and was coming at her from the right now. Hinata ducked left of the punch at her face. Lee spun quickly again, aiming the same kick he had at Naruto. Hinata was prepared though. She bent almost completely backwards, dodging the powerful kick. She brought herself up quick and aimed a palm thrust at Lee's stomach. What she hadn't anticipated was Lee's elbow to completely deflect her blow, sending her chakra pointlessly into the air. Lee then proceeded to bring his knee up into Hinata's stomach, knocking the wind out of her and sending her rolling several feet away, where she lay completely still for several seconds. It was a pain that caused her to stay on the ground, but shock. Finally, she started to move. Slowly but surely she climbed to her feet while nursing her stomach. How could this happen? She had failed miserably, having a strike like that deflected. She could only take comfort in that Naruto had been sent flying too, but regretted the thought instantly. She had no more time for moping as Lee was on her again, his hesitation forgotten, swinging crazy kicks and swift punches. It was all Hinata could do to deflect or dodge them. But it was too late. With her confidence shattered, she couldn't fight back and was quickly subdued to a panting mess on the ground. Lee felt sorry for her. She was clearly nothing like her cousin. She had started off strong, but one good move from him and she fell apart. Lee sighed. This new team was definitely going to take some getting used to. Not that there would be a team if they didn't pull themselves together. Damn it all, that really hurt. Lee heard Naruto shout in the distance. I didn't want to have to do this to you, but you leave me no choice. Naruto formed a seal and shouted. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Lee felt his eyes blur with orange for a minute as he took in the spectacle. Nearly that whole half of the clearing was filled with clones. He grimaced as they charged, and he realized to his amazement that they were all solid. Guy had not expected this. Hinata's problem became quickly apparent to him. He was going to have to nip this confidence problem fast. Fortunately, Naruto seemed to have plenty to spare. While Guy himself also had confidence leaking off his body, he felt Hinata would take it better from Naruto. After all, her infatuation with him was clear as day. Naruto clearly had a reason to be confident. Guy had never seen so many clones in his life. Lee was now struggling not to be overwhelmed. Even his precious student had his limits. Winning became much more possible. Hinata watched as Lee danced away from the clones. They swung, screamed, and kicked at the slightly frightened genin as he ducked, rolled, and threw in a punch wherever he could. But he was not being given a lot of room. However, there were also too many clones coming at once. More often than not, the clones ran into each other, popping themselves out of existence. The clones were clearly not coordinated at all, and Lee started to gain a small edge. Rolling clear of two clones as they collided into each other, Lee slipped for shuriken out of his back pouch and whipped them into the crowd, dispelling many clones. He then charged forward through the gap the shuriken had just created. Jumping up, he delivered a spinning kick into another Naruto who flew into more clones, dispelling them all. "Hinata, can you stand?" one clone said to her. The girl in question wasn't sure or not if she was in heaven or hell. Naruto was all around her, and she was sure she was red as a tomato. Not trusting her voice, she nodded and slowly stood up. "Guy-sensei was stressing teamwork to me, and he's right," Naruto started. "I don't know what you can do, but there has got to be something. Bushy brow over there is dropping my clones left and right." Naruto grimaced as one of his clones was hit in a nasty spot. Asking for help wasn't something he was used to, nor did he like it. However, it was clear that there was no way he was going to win this. Lee was starting to gain ground. "I gotta help out. If you see an opening, take it," Naruto said while running into the fray before Hinata could protest. Lee was really smiling now. At first he had been scared, but this was turning out to be a great workout. Neji had never challenged Lee in a way like this, and the clones just seemed to keep coming. Lee felt one latch onto his back. Doing a backflip, he snagged the clone by the collar and whipped him at 3 more clones before landing in another group. With a spinning kick, he dispelled 8 more. Lee was outright laughing now. This seemed to irk the clones as they attacked with renewed vigor. It didn't seem to make much difference. Lee quickly fell into a pattern. The more Naruto attacked, the more Lee realized it was systematic. 1 came from the front, followed by 2 from either side. After Lee rolled backwards, a clone was always waiting to intercept him. Lee would jump up from his roll and kick this one with both his feet. Spinning quickly, he would punch another clone just in his range. Then the cycle repeated. He kept it up at the same pace for a few minutes. Clone after clone kept coming. Clone after clone kept disappearing. Just as he thought the number of clones was dying out, he turned and threw a punch. Right into Hinata's outstretched palm. Lee yelped in pain as he felt his arm go numb. She had seen Lee repeat the same pattern over and over. So she placed herself right where she knew his fist would be. Not wasting the effort, Hinata stepped forward and landed another strike in his ribcage. Lee staggered and the clones were on him. Lee was knocked onto the ground. He was pinned and defeated. A loud clap echoed across the clearing as the clones began to pop out of existence. "Well done, both of you, all of you," Guy shouted proudly to his students. "I have not seen such a vibrant display of youth in a long time." Naruto gave a loud whoop. They had done it. It took a lot of energy and he was sweating profusely, but they had really done it. They would not be going back to the academy. Lee, with the clones off him, rose quickly to his feet and bowed before his sensei. "Forgive me, Guy-sensei, I have failed and shall run 500 laps around Konoha in a handstand." Guy frowned. "Lee, it was due to teamwork that you lost, not any inability. For not understanding this, I want you to do 1,000 chin-ups with one hand." "Oh, thank you, Guy-sensei," Lee shouted. "You are always so merciful. I shall get started immediately." Having said this, Lee took off to the nearest place to accomplish his task. Guy watched him, tears of happiness springing from his eyes. Naruto stared between the two but couldn't figure out what had just happened. Hadn't he just punished Lee? And yet the boy had seemed overjoyed at the thought. He looked at Hinata to see if she understood, but he noticed that she had a spacey look and doubted she even knew what had transpired. Why was he stuck with all the weirdos? Hinata had indeed not heard a word of anything. She was too stunned. She could never have pulled something like that off before. Yet when Naruto asked her, she found that failure at that point would have been more than unacceptable, and she had done it. Together with Naruto. It was like all her dreams could come true now. She was brought out of her musing by Guy-sensei's hand on her shoulder. "I'm proud of both of you," he started. "I have seen a lot we need to work on, but fear not, we shall start early tomorrow. Lee and I start training at 5 in the morning. You are welcome to join us, but if you choose not to, I ask that you meet up here at 7. Naruto couldn't believe it. 5 in the morning? He asked for clarity. Guy nodded. Yes, it was necessary to get Lee to where he is today. As I said, he is a genius of hard work. While you may have beat him, bear in mind that Lee had his full weights on. As you may have noticed, Lee has very weak chakra and thus cannot perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He is left with merely taijutsu. Even that was in poor shape when I discovered the young orphan boy doing extra training. But we have made this a strength to him. While he cannot perform a clone, he can now punch through solid rock. Naruto was miffed that Lee had been such a tough opponent while weighed down. Yet at the same time he now felt an odd level of closeness to him. Here was another genin like him who couldn't even do a simple clone. They were both even orphans. And now they were both under Guy-sensei's tutelage. Naruto knew right then that this team was right for him. They may have all been weirdos, but then again, wasn't he? Now moving on to our attire, while you were sparring, I decided the amount of weights you would use without hurting yourselves. Naruto, here are yours, and these are yours, Hinata. Guy said while handing his students the weights. Remember to wear these at all times, even while eating and sleeping. Don't take them off unless instructed by myself. He watched as they slipped them on and saw them nod at his instructions. Naruto's excitement and Hinata's shy smile. Guy knew it was time. You are ready, he shouted, noticing the confused looks between the genin. Ready to wear the most fashionable set of clothes in ninja history. As he shouted, he whipped out 2 smaller versions of the spandex suits worn by Lee and himself. Hinata couldn't help it. She visibly blanched. There was no way she was getting in that, and she could only take comfort that Naruto must be feeling the same way. Looking over, her face fell in complete horror. Naruto was looking at the spandex akin to how he gazed at Sakura. Hinata wasn't one to be about looks, since she wasn't much to look at, but she knew liking Naruto the way she did would be much harder if the boy was in that suit. She had to end this fast, but could she bring up the courage to tell her crush she didn't think he would look good in it? Would he even care? Stealing her resolve, Hinata spoke a mind. Don't think I could be seen in something like that. Hinata started carefully. Naruto had now turned his eyes to her in disbelief. Hinata pressed on anyways. It would be frowned upon by my father if I returned dressed in that. Hinata didn't have a better word for it. I apologize if I offend you by refusing, but I cannot accept it. Hinata bowed politely when she finished. Guy for his part only nodded thoughtfully. This time Naruto cleared his throat. I guess I can't accept either, sensei. I wouldn't want to make Hinata feel left out in the group. It could, well, hurt teamwork or something. Naruto didn't know why he did it. That outfit looked so cool, they're blowing in the wind. No, don't look at it, must resist. Naruto also didn't expect Guy's reaction. The man broke into a smile too big for his face and too bright to not have been from the effect of some kind of light jutsu. Naruto. You learned so quickly. I am not at all hurt by your rejection, but am proud to see that you have taken what you've learned to heart. Naruto felt himself flush at Guy's praise. That is all for today, Hinata. Enjoy the rest of your day. Naruto, come and walk with me. We have things to discuss. Now Naruto gulped as Hinata gave him a worried look. Fear not, you have not done anything wrong, and just have some advice to part on to you. Naruto nodded and turned to Hinata. I don't know about you, but I'll definitely be here at 5. I can't afford to fall behind you in bushy brow, he said enthusiastically. Hinata nodded quickly, her face once again red. I will also be here at 5. She just couldn't pass up the opportunity to be with him. No matter how early. Naruto and Guy smiled at her before she turned around and began the walk home. She still couldn't believe the good luck of being on Naruto's team. She would just have to make sure he kept away from that spandex. She didn't know what to make of Guy-sensei and Lee yet. They were different. And yet they seemed so much like Naruto-kun. So she supposed she could really get to like them. She was stuck with them after all. Guy watched her walk a while, his smile still big and bright. Naruto considered asking him how he did that when the man turned to him, his expression suddenly grim. He had obviously waited for Hinata to get out of earshot. I wanted to discuss something serious with you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help it. He gulped. The seriousness on the man's face was uncharacteristic. Naruto wondered where it came from. Maybe the man was better at faking his smiles than even himself. What do you mean? Damn, he was picking up Hinata's stuttering habit. He was going to have to turn that around. Tell me, Naruto, what is your dream? Naruto sighed with relief. This was easy. You mean you haven't heard? I am going to become the greatest Hokage this village has ever had. That way no one will be able to look down on me and disrespect me anymore. So you want people to see you as yourself and not the fox? Naruto was pulled out of his dreamland at the mention of the thing that ruined his life. His face grew much more serious. Being Hokage is the only way to get them to realize I want to protect them, not destroy them. It is the only way to truly become me. Naruto said. An oddly dark look settled on his face. That is not true, Naruto. What of Iruka? What of myself? We see you as you, not the fox. Naruto looked surprised when Guy included himself, but Guy continued before he could interrupt him. I guarantee you Lee and Hinata will also see you as who you are when they find out the truth. They won't find out. Naruto said quickly. I'll never let it happen. What if you're wrong? I would lose the team I just finally got. That really slows down my Hokage plans. Naruto was shouting now. I'm just saying be prepared for possibility of them finding out. Missions are dangerous. You never know when its chakra may show itself. Guy said, still calm. Besides, Naruto, don't fear, I will never let this team fall apart. We are inseparable from today onwards. Naruto's look of shock returned only to be replaced by what appeared to be tiered happiness. Guy couldn't stand being this serious, time to be more youthful. So remember, Naruto. I expect to see your fire burning bright tomorrow morning. Lee and I will not take it easy on you. His big bright smile returned. Naruto wiped his eyes and matched Guy with a smile just as big. Don't worry, I'll have you and Lee run ragged in no time. My flame will drown out the suns on my way to become Hokage. After saying this, Naruto swore he felt his own smile start to glow slightly. That was definitely something to look into. It was late at night again. Guy now stood atop a water tower in a handstand while waiting for his youthful, chronically late rival. It had been 2.5 hours, so it had to be about time. As expected, Kakashi popped up in the smaller tower next to him, his nose deep in his book. My eternal rival. Tell me what you thought of my old charges. Guy boomed while jumping back into a normal standing position. Kakashi summed it up quickly, apparently eager to be gone. It went well. I was particularly surprised by the girl's accuracy. The Hyuga kid is also astounding. With them so far ahead, it will be easy for me to focus on Sasuke. The only thing I'm concerned about is that Hyuga boy's temper. Guy frowned at this. What do you mean? The kid shut down Sasuke's tenketsu when he made a remark about him being a lowly branch member of a clan. The girl had been friendly enough at first, but that comment seemed to set her on edge too. Teamwork is going to be the toughest part in a group of geniuses. Kakashi sighed out the last bit. Guy nodded. He knew of Neji's complex. But to beat the Uchiha survivor to a pulp was taking it far. They would just have to work it out themselves. They weren't his to help anymore after all. But something was still bugging him about what Kakashi had said. Did you really just want to trade so you could focus on Sasuke? Being able to focus on teaching him how to properly use his Sharingan was part of it, but not the only reason. Kakashi kept his nose in the bright orange book. Guy stared hard at the man for a moment. It would seem Kakashi wasn't telling him everything, but Guy found it impossible to read him. So what about you? Kakashi asked, ripping Guy from his thoughts. Standing up straight, Guy took a deep breath. It's going to be fantastic to finally know what is behind that mask. Crap! Naruto shouted while sprinting through the village. He was late. Not that this was unusual, but he actually wanted to be on time for his new team. After all, he told them he would willingly do it. He even made sure Hinata was coming. The training ground came into sight, and with a final burst of speed and the help of a little chakra, Naruto rocketed into the clearing. He skidded to a halt just in front of his sensei and teammates with mixed reactions. Hinata had the decency to be embarrassed for him. Lee actually looked visibly sick, like the thought of missing even a second of training was blasphemous. Guy's smile was definitely unexpected. Then again, maybe not. He was always smiling. Naruto! Guy's voice seemed even louder so early in the morning. It brings joy my heart to see your youth burning so brightly in the morning. It even takes Lee a few morning stretches before he can move that fast. But I'm late. Naruto began rather lamely. Not a problem. Guy stopped Naruto before he could continue. I think we can forgive you this once. Just don't make a habit of it. Punctuality is important after all. Naruto began to wonder if his sensei cared at all that he was most likely waking people up. Probably not. The eccentric man probably thought of it as doing them a youthful favor. Now let's get started with the training. Naruto, I would like you to work with Lee on your taijutsu stance. Listen well to what he says. He isn't called a genius of hard work for nothing. Hinata and I shall be working over here. We will trade off in about an hour. This way, Naruto. Lee gestured the blonde to the far side of the field and started walking there himself. Naruto had been right. Lee was not having a good morning. Why couldn't it be the same? The morning's way was just him and Guy Sensei doing handstands around the village or scaling the Hokage monument with their weights doubled. These new guys had also been given weights. Weights were his thing. Why couldn't they have been like Neji and Tenten? At least they hadn't come wearing spandex. That would have been too much. Thinking of Neji reminded Lee of what Hinata did this morning. She was so much different than her cousin. She had come in even before Lee had and had only mumbled a quiet hello that had been completely covered by Guy's greeting. The only reason he knew she said anything at all was the fact that her mouth had moved. That didn't upset Lee though. That would have been silly. Guy Sensei had frowned when Naruto hadn't shown up on time. I guess we should get started without him. He had then turned to them to explain the morning when Hinata interrupted him. It hadn't been much. Just a quiet and hasty while wait. But Guy Sensei looked so surprised that she had spoken out that he let her continue. I think we should wait for Naruto-kun. He will definitely be here soon. In that last sentence she actually sounded sure of herself. Lee was abashed. Had she really just told Guy Sensei to wait on training? Even more to his astonishment, Guy Sensei listened. He was even smiling. Like her speaking out had been some small victory. It only made Lee feel worse when Guy's smile grew bigger as Naruto shot into the training ground. Earth to bushy brow, Naruto said, waving his hand in Lee's face. Lee slapped it away. What is it? He snapped before quickly regretting it. This was a most unyouthful showing he was giving. Looking around, Lee realized they were where Guy Sensei instructed them to be. Naruto got an annoyed look on his face. Don't yell at me. You were staring off into space since we got here. I thought Sensei told you to help me with my stance. Get in it then, Lee said before Naruto could go further. He waited, but Naruto only stared at Lee confused. Your fighting stance. Lee sighed. Recognition dawned on Naruto as he proudly slipped into it. Gotcha, why didn't you say so in the first place? So what's wrong with it? Everything. Naruto lost his balance. He got up quickly while sputtering questions. What the hell do you mean everything? Wasn't I doing fine yesterday like that? Are you just upset Guy Sensei had you work with me instead of you? Enough, Lee finally shouted. Look, I'm sorry about before. I am a little upset with the way I suddenly lost 2 of my teammates, but please listen to me. I did not say that everything was wrong to be mean. Everything was wrong though. Please re-enter the stance and I will help you. Naruto stared at Lee for a second. He definitely seemed sincere. Maybe he was also being a little out of line. Lee knew what he was doing after all. The whipping he gave his clones was proof of that. I'm sorry too. I just say things without thinking. I'm glad that you're helping me. Having said that, Naruto slipped back into his fighting stance. Okay, first bring your legs closer together, you are standing too wide. Yeah, that is good. Bring this arm down here right in front of you. Now stick this one out. Do not grip so hard, you will only hurt yourself when you punch. As Lee droned out his instructions, he moved around Naruto, pointing to his flaws, moving him slightly when necessary and showing him his own stance. Okay, that is good. Now hold it there for a minute or two. Let yourself get comfortable in it. Naruto did as instructed and without complaints either. Irika would have cried tears of happiness at this attentive Naruto. The reason for Naruto's silence though was his own shock. A teacher at the academy specifically showed Naruto to stand that way. Naruto might have thought Lee was lying to him if it wasn't for the fact that the more Lee corrected, the more natural Naruto began to feel. Like it was the way it was supposed to be. What now? Naruto asked, still in the stance. Good, I want you to run a lap around the training ground. Seeing the question forming on Naruto's lips, Lee held up his hand. Trust me, it will help you. Naruto shrugged. Lee had been right so far. So he took off running. When he got back, he looked at Lee expectantly. Now what we gonna spar, are you and me gonna race? Lee held up with hand again and Naruto fell silent. Lee was going to have to remember that it seemed to work. I want you to assume the stance I just showed you. He held up his hand before Naruto's protest even began. Naruto got into it as instructed, mumbling the whole time. Lee watched him intently for a moment before saying much better, but you have a couple problems again. Lee pointed the problem spots back out again. Stand there for another minute. When you are ready, take another jog around the training ground. Once you get back, get into your stance. I will correct you again. We will do this until you get it right 3 times in a row. Naruto couldn't contain it anymore. 3 times? Why the hell are we doing it like this? Let's just spar and I'll figure it out as W. Lee held up his hand. Be glad it is me and not Guy Sensei you are doing this with. He would have you get it correct 100 times before he let you move on. You think I like this? I am wasting my youth. I would like to spar and train too. But until you get this right, we cannot do that. Lee's voice had gotten louder as he talked. He had to take a breath. Was this how Neji always felt about him? He regretted the thought. Was he becoming like Neji? Surely not. Neji lacked so much youth. Lee wouldn't let it happen. Naruto ripped him out of his trance when he took off running down the training ground again. Lee was about to shout to him when he noticed Naruto was running the edge of the clearing just as he had instructed. Lee continued to give Naruto a curious look as he got back and began to settle into his stance. You were right, Naruto said without meeting his eyes. I know I'm making this difficult and you probably want your old team back, but please give me a while. I've never had someone give me one-on-one training before, so I'm new at it. I'd like us to get along though. Lee couldn't help it. He got a little teary. What would Guy Sensei say if he saw how low his flame had dimmed today? He had to fix this fast. Wiping his eyes, he gave Naruto his biggest smile. Yosh! Fear not, Naruto. You shall have this down in no time. Our flames shall burn brightly together and we will show the world a sparring match unseen to this world. That was more like it. Guy and Hinata started out much differently than Naruto and Lee had. Before we begin, I would like to talk about some things. Guy started looking down at Hinata, who stood straighter when he began talking. Guy waited for her to give a nervous nod before continuing. I am not a man to mince words. Some of what I say may seem harsh, but I don't mean it to be in such a way. I am trying to help you. Guy had a feeling that Hinata wasn't foreign to harsh words though. A feeling that made him slightly sick to his stomach. He watched as Hinata nodded again, her posture slouching ever so slightly. I was your cousin Neji's sensei just before I was yours. That boy was a true genius. I wouldn't be surprised if he stood higher in strength than your father someday. Hinata's head whipped up at that last comment. Stronger than father? Did he have any idea the rage her father would have gone into if he heard that? He might activate Neji's seal just on principle. She was about to protest when she noticed the look in Guy's eyes. Hinata knew she wasn't the best at reading people, but she knew this look. He was expecting something. Maybe he expected her to be just as strong. He was going to be sorely disappointed. Guy frowned, but only for a second. This one was perceptive. When she had spoken up against him earlier, he had been proud that she had said something. Her confidence was showing its way through. It seemed that confidence came and went with Naruto though. He had a lot of work to do. Might as well let her know he just said he didn't mince words after all. Hinata wondered what was with the silence. When she looked back up, he was still smiling. However, here it came a complete list of her failures as a person, and that he was disappointed in her. Have major confidence issues, but other than that your stance is nearly perfect. You strike well and know when it is wise to make a retreat. Hinata again snapped her neck up. It was going to snap right off if she kept doing that. Did she just hear him right? Surely he was confusing her with her younger sister Hanabi. Before she had a chance to correct him, however, Hinata, assume your stance. We are going to have a light spar. Come at me with everything you got. Don't feel bad when you can't get me. I am a jonin after all. Guy laughed aloud at his attempt of a joke. Hinata couldn't even bring herself to smile nervously. When Guy stopped laughing, he continued. I will only block and dodge. This is about constantly attacking and not losing your nerve. I know you will do me proud. Done talking, Guy settled into his fighting stance. He watched Hinata take a few calming breaths before settling herself into her stance. Like last time, it was perfect. How could this girl give herself so little credit? What had that family done to her? Guy mentally shook his head. His youth was better spent fixing what the family destroyed. Not wondering how. Anyways, now wasn't a good time to think. She was coming. Hinata charged straight at her sensei. He brought his elbow up and blocked a juken strike to side. Just like Lee did last night. She faltered, her eyes lingering on the dissipating chakra. Don't look at it! Next attack. Guy said sternly, since shouting probably wasn't the best thing for her right now. Not that it mattered. Her stance loosened and her attacks lost their ferocity. Guy wanted to tell her stop, but that would just give her time to mope and think about if he was disappointed in her. Then an idea struck him. Dodging to the right from another poor swing, he put it so her back was to Naruto. Now was the time to hatch his plan. What is Naruto doing watching us? He is wasting his youth by not training as I instructed him. His idea worked. Hinata stopped intense. Then she launched herself back at Guy with attacks more fierce than even her very first. Guy almost laughed out loud as he jumped over a sweeping kick meant to trip him. The pressure of being watched by her crush was working. Even mentioning his name seemed to tremendously boost her confidence. Now he had to find out how to get her this way all the time. She could be better than Neji if she just had the confidence. In his musing, he failed to notice Hinata jump back. But she was charging again anyways. Guy brought his elbow up to block another attack, only for the attack not to come. A feint! Guy realized with great surprise. He didn't even notice, and now she was inside his guard. Normally that kept people from performing powerful attacks, but it was just perfect for her Juken. Guy launched himself backwards, but it was too late. She landed an open palm right into his stomach. This wasn't his first time getting hit by such an attack, and Guy doubted it would be his last. But it always surprised him how much it hurt. He did his best not to grimace outwards and instead showed a huge grin. Hinata had a look of sheer terror. She couldn't believe she had hit Sensei. She had wanted to apologize, but something about his smile stopped her. It was strange. She knew that smile, but from where? Pride, some part in the back of her mind, whispered to her. A look she had only ever seen given to her sister. Sensei was proud of her. How could he be, though? She had struck him with her Juken. You look confused, Hinata. Why is this? Guy was back to his usual booming voice. Sensei, I hit you. You aren't upset? Guy let out a big laugh, and he was sure that if Hinata could shrink into her jacket like a turtle, she would have. Upset? Don't you remember what I said? I didn't expect you to hit me. This means you've shot past my expectations. You are truly a worthy student, Hinata. If Naruto had actually been watching, he would have been astonished by the brightness of your flame. The realization of what he said must have set in on her face, because Guy was now giving her a look akin to a child who was caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Had been watching? Hinata finally asked. Not important. Guy dismissed. Now get back into your stance. We are going to work on defense. It took Naruto nearly 40 minutes to get the stance right 3 times in a row, but he had done it. Finally! Naruto yawned out. He almost forgot it wasn't even 6 yet. So now we finally get to spar? Of course not. Naruto stumbled again at Lee's enthusiastic response. But you said once we had my stance down. Naruto stomped his feet, pouting. The stance is only the first part of combat. Surely you did fighting drills at the academy? When Naruto nodded, Lee continued. Well, that is what is next. Drills teach you the basics and are the foundation for more powerful taijutsu forms. Now watch me. Lee settled into the fighting stance Naruto and he had been working on. He then slowly went through a rhythm of punches and kicks. When done, he settled back into the stance. Now mimic me, Naruto. I will do it with you the first few times. Naruto found he couldn't argue. If this was what it took to learn awesome and powerful moves, then he could handle it. Naruto settled into his stance and began to follow Lee as he moved through the rotation. Strangely, Naruto found it oddly relaxing. After about the 4th one, Lee stopped. He watched closely now as Naruto moved about what he was shown. If Naruto made a mistake, Lee would point it out, and the next time through Naruto would have it fixed. They did this until they heard Guy-sensei and Hinata approaching. Excellent, Naruto. That is all for now. Lee shouted. He then turned to Guy-sensei. Naruto stopped what he was doing and also turned to face him. Guy seemed to nod in approval. I take it you made good progress, Lee? Yes, Naruto's stance is perfect now. I did exactly as you instructed, and we were working on the first drill for the remaining time. Guy nodded again. Very good. We shall switch now. I will teach Naruto some more for a while. Meanwhile, I want you and Hinata to spar. After each round, I want the two of you to discuss what you think you and the other did wrong, but more importantly what you did right. Guy gave a meaningful glance at Hinata as he spoke the last bit. She barely managed to hold his eye contact. It was an improvement, not much of one, but Guy was taking victories where he could. Let us go, Naruto. Guy turned to walk away. Naruto nodded and started after him. Wait, Naruto! Lee called. When Naruto turned to listen, Lee spoke. I know we did not start out right today, but I'm glad to have someone so full of youth on my team. Naruto nodded. Yeah, thanks for being so patient with me, bushy brow. I feel like I'm already a lot closer to becoming Hokage with just what you showed me. With one last big grin, Naruto set off after Guy. Lee was shocked. He dreams of becoming Hokage? He hadn't meant to ask to anyone in particular, so when Hinata answered, he gave a small jump. If Hinata noticed him jump, she did not show it. Naruto-kun trains very hard all the time. He was the dead last of our year, but it definitely wasn't his fault. No one ever took notice of him though. The only way he got anyone to look at him was by pulling pranks. It was so sad for me to see him that way, but he has overcome every obstacle. It isn't just a dream for him. He will be Hokage. Her eyes stayed on Naruto's back the whole time. Lee was speechless. He had hardly heard this girl say two meek words. Now she had firmly stated an entire paragraph about Naruto. Either Guy-sensei's youth had broken through to her already, or there was something else afoot. Looking back and forth between her and Naruto, he realized it was the latter. Hinata turned and saw Lee staring. It then seemed to register what she had just done. Her face became red and she was immediately looking down while mumbling apologies. So Naruto was the dead last? Lee said, thoughtfully ignoring Hinata when she looked up in surprise. It is funny. I was the dead last in my year. It is like we have a team of failures gathered, is that not it? It was kind of funny. Hinata had just had similar thoughts herself. At least, Lee continued, that is what I would say if I was feeling unconfident or my flames had dimmed. Instead, I say we look to the future and do our best with hard work. Lee pumped his fists in the air. His eyes were ablaze. Hinata couldn't help it. She smiled slightly. Where did her teammates pull their confidence from? I think we should do what Guy-sensei requested of us. If only it could rub off onto her. Yosh! Excellent idea! Let us engage in youthful combat. Lee settled into his fighting stance as he spoke. Hinata ran through the seals to activate her Byakugan and then settled into her stance. Ready, go! Lee shouted. Hinata just stood there. Guess expecting a charge from you would be, as Lee was cut off as Hinata lunged at him. Crap, Lee thought, ducking low. He jumped backwards, but upon landing immediately launched himself forward. He had planned to catch Hinata off guard. Instead, she blocked his solid punch with her forearm. She returned fire with a chakra-enhanced one of her own. Lee jumped back again, avoiding the attack. Guy-sensei has already begun to bring out your youth. Lee didn't let her lunge while he was talking catch him off guard this time. He knocked the Juken aside. Hinata stumbled just a little, but it was enough. Lee dropped low and brought his legs around in a sweep. It landed perfectly and Hinata was sent painfully to her backside. The whole exchange had lasted less than a minute. Right! Positives and negatives. Lee plopped to the ground cross-legged. Start with me and then move on to yourself. Also, do not be afraid of offending me. Knowing your weaknesses is the best way to improve after all. Hinata lifted herself into a sitting position to match Lee. With some hesitation she began. While you were very fast and your punches did quite a bit of damage even while I was blocking. That leg sweep you performed was perfectly timed. Hinata paused. Negatives. Lee repeated. Why, you were predictable in your lunges. You also lose focus when you speak. While I blocked, you took an extra second to recover. It all tumbled out of Hinata's mouth quickly and her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could apologize, Lee stopped her. Good, now yourself. Hinata seemed to think hard for a second before starting. I stumbled at positives first. When Hinata looked like she was about to protest, Lee again interrupted. While knowing your weaknesses is good, not working on your strengths can have equally disastrous results. That was one of the first lessons taught to me by Guy-sensei. Lee stared at Hinata as she seemed to consider his words. I took the first opening I noticed. Hinata finally started. I was also able to block your punch. Excellent! Lee jumped to his feet. Now let us go again. But Lee held up his hand. It seemed to work on more than just Naruto. I am sure you know what you did wrong. We will discuss it after our next round. Now come. Lee motioned her forward with his hand. Naruto. Tell me what you know of ninja teams. This was not what Naruto had expected. Some awesome move training. Maybe a sweet teleportation jutsu. But not a lesson on teams. Still, Naruto didn't want to risk getting Guy-sensei's disappointed voice again. It was truly something that could give him nightmares. Yes, sensei. I know teamwork is important. Naruto was proud of himself. He had remembered yesterday's lesson. Good. Now what else? What else? Naruto repeated. Damn, how am I supposed to know about these things? Why does it matter anyways? As Naruto wondered these things, he searched his brain for an answer. Miraculously, one came. They operate in teams of 4? Naruto more asked than answered. Correct. Guy gave Naruto a thumbs up. Now tell me, how many clones can you create? What the hell was with these questions? At least this one was easy. Hundreds. Naruto folded his arms proudly. Good. From now on you will only ever have 3 out at a time. Guy almost thought Naruto hadn't heard him for a second. In fact, Guy wasn't sure Naruto was even breathing at that moment. Guy cleared his throat to continue when Naruto erupted. What the hell do you mean 3 clones? Do you know how low of a number that is? Maybe you didn't hear me, but I said hundreds. Why should I limit myself? Doesn't that go against all your flames of youth talk? Naruto was panting hard now. His anger subsiding slightly now that he'd expressed himself. There is the response I was waiting for. Naruto looked at Guy curiously. It's easier to explain when I know exactly what questions you have about my instructions. Guy stated simply. So I'll go in order. Guy took a deep breath and then began to fire off answers. I meant 3 clones because that will make 4 of you in total, the same number we use for ninja teams. I am very capable of counting to 3, I am a jonin after all. I did in fact hear you say hundreds, but that at a waste of chakra. Yesterday when sparring against Lee you had more clones running into each other before they could even get to him. While it is true that you didn't give Lee much room to fight, the same could also be said for your clones. Not using your full power is not restricting your youthfulness in any way. It is in fact preserving it. If you are engaged in combat with another ninja and he thinks 3 clones is your limit, imagine how surprised he would be when a 4th clone snuck up on him. In the ninja world, surprises can kill. Naruto flinched at that last statement. Any more questions? When Naruto shook his head, Guy continued, not winded at all from his long talk. Excellent, because I have more for you. Naruto only grimaced. Tell me, Naruto, what ninja art do you think I specialize in? Guy pointed dramatically to himself. Taijutsu. Naruto had been apprehensive about more questions, but if they were like this it wouldn't be too bad. So what do you expect to learn from me? Guy was now pointing at Naruto. Taijutsu. Naruto said a little louder this time. Excellent. Now what kind of taijutsu do you think I'm going to teach you? Guy had moved his hands to his hips in what appeared to be a heroic pose. Kinds of taijutsu? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Good question. There are many kinds of fighting styles and ways for ninjas to take down their opponents. Lee and I specialize in Goken. We use our superior strength and speed to crush our opponents into the ground. Hinata, like all Hyuga, are a little more discreet. They use Juken. That is attacking with your open palms and sending chakra into your opponent. They can do nasty things such as damage organs, disrupt your chakra, and even stop it altogether. Naruto was wide-eyed. Hinata? You mean the one on our team can do that? Guy nodded. Sure, can better not make her mad. But we're diverging away from the point. I'll re-ask my question. What kind of taijutsu do you think I'm going to teach you? Here's a hint. Think back to the questions I asked you first. Naruto thought for a minute before answering. You're going to teach me how to fight with my clones. Nice going, Naruto. Guy smiled down at his student. Now one more question. Why do you think I'm asking you all this instead of just telling you? I'd been wondering that myself the whole time. Naruto admitted sheepishly. Guy laughed at this. It is because you need to learn to think for yourself, Naruto. You show signs of being an excellent fighter, but you lack the ability to think things through. I am going to help you with strategy. Your clones will be all about teamwork and utilizing them to the most. Now tell me, what could you and 3 clones accomplish together in combat that you couldn't by yourself? Easy, we could attack him from all sides at the same time. He'd never see it coming. Naruto nodded proudly to himself. This is what I mean, Naruto. Guy's words interrupted Naruto's self-appreciation. You only think of the most obvious things. You don't look underneath the underneath. Your clones could do so much more. If you were in the air and kunai were flying at you and with no other way to dodge, a clone could grab you and throw you out of the way. You could also use your clones to get higher by jumping off of them. This would give your opponent an unexpected aerial attack. You could have clones brace you from a nasty fall or intercept a hit for you. The options with your clones are limitless. The more Guy spoke, the more stupid Naruto was starting to feel. How could there have been so many things and yet he could only come up with one? Guy seemed to pick up on what Naruto was thinking. Don't feel bad, Naruto, it isn't your fault. It is my job as your teacher to make sure you now get the proper training, and this is part of it. I promise you'll be good at it. Guy-sensei, thank you. Naruto didn't know what else to say. Few people had ever been willing to work this much with him. Irika-sensei would have if he didn't have 30 other kids to teach as well, but now he had a sensei who could spend the time. Think nothing of it, as I told you before, you are my student. Now produce some clones and we will get to work. Right! Naruto formed the familiar seal and 6 clones popped into existence. Naruto and Guy both frowned. Strange, I thought I was only using enough to do 3. No matter. Guy waved it off. Pop 3 out and I'll have you work on chakra control later. Ashamed, Naruto did as his sensei said. So how are you going to teach me? Guy walked over to Naruto. Easy with practice. He then grabbed him by the collar and whipped him into the air. What the hell? Naruto was easily 30 feet up. Remember the examples I used, have your clones brace you. The clones, who had been shocked with surprise, sprung into motion, running to get under Naruto. They made it just in time as Naruto crashed down into them. Good! Now on to our next lesson. Naruto groaned. This was going to be painful. Sure enough, it was. But Naruto had to admit it was also fascinating. Using his clones in so many unique ways was really something else. Soon enough, though, the hour came to an end and Guy called for a stop. Good work today, Naruto. Tomorrow we shall put what you learned into practice with a light spar. So remember everything I taught you, you never know what you might need to use. Now let's go get those teammates of yours. Hinata was exhausted. Lee seemed to have nearly limitless energy. While all the constantly getting up and sitting back down had worn her nearly completely out, Lee still looked ready for more. They were just getting up for another round when Guy and Naruto approached. One rotation left my youthful charges. Lee, you are with me now. Hinata, I assume you know how to do the tree walking exercise. Hinata nodded. Good, I want you to teach Naruto. The boy needs serious help with chakra control and you were just the one to teach it to him. Me? Hinata flushed instantly. Yes, with your Byakugan and already astute chakra control, I can think of no one better. Guy had struck another thumbs up pose. Naruto was at a complete loss. He looked back and forth between his sensei and Hinata. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Hey, what's this tree walking thing you're talking about? Hinata is your partner this hour, Naruto asked her, and I'm sure she'll tell you. Meanwhile, Lee and I have our own youthful agenda to get to. With that, Guy and Lee bounded to the other side, leaving Naruto alone with Hinata. So Naruto began. What is this whole tree climbing thing you guys were talking about? It is while walking up trees. Why with your feet? Hinata barely managed to squeak out, her face getting redder. Naruto was oblivious. Really, like without using your hands? That's awesome, I can't believe you already know how to do that. Hinata couldn't believe it, Naruto had just called her awesome. I was taught by my family it was necessary to work on chakra control. I get it. You need good chakra control to do those cool punches you do, huh? Man, your family must be so sweet. Naruto nodded proudly to himself, having figured it out. Yeah, sweet. Hinata barely whispered. Sensing they were approaching an uncomfortable topic, Naruto changed the conversation. So show me how to do this tree walking. Hinata only nodded and they walked over to the trees. When they got there, Hinata began to explain. All you have to do is focus your chakra into the soles of your feet. Having said this, Hinata began to climb up the tree. Too much chakra and you launch off, too little and you just slip down. Hinata was now standing upside down on a branch. That is so awesome, my turn. Naruto ran up to the tree. He jumped up and stuck his feet to the tree and was instantly launched backwards. He crashed painfully to the ground. Na, Naruto-kun! Hinata somewhat shouted. She jumped down from the tree and ran over to him. Are you okay? Yeah, no problem, too much chakra, huh? I'll get it this time. He was up and running at the tree again. A few seconds later and he was right back in the same spot on the ground. Ow, he groaned out. Wait, Naruto-kun. Hinata got out. He turned to look at her and she almost forgot what she was going to say. Before you go again, I will watch you. If I think you are using too much chakra, I will let you know. You can see my chakra? Naruto was learning a lot today, that was for sure. Yes, my Byakugan gives me 360-degree vision and lets me see another's chakra. Hinata wasn't sure she was supposed to be sharing this information so lightly, but it was her teammate. Surely her father couldn't protest. Man, the more I learn about you, the cooler you are, Hinata. Naruto gave her a big smile. Hinata? The girl in question had gone stock still. She had no doubt in her head that she was redder than a tomato. She probably had steam coming out of her ears too. Naruto-kun had just said he thought she was really cool. This day was too good to be true. Surely she was dreaming. She was going to wake up any second now, and it would still be the day of the team placements. Hinata? Hey, snap out of it, I didn't mean to offend you. Naruto's words finally seemed to reach her as she shook her head. Thank goodness, I thought you were gonna pass out. Do you need a doctor? Hinata shook her head quickly. We should get to work before Guy-sensei yells at us. Hinata pretty much gasped out. Naruto frowned but nodded. He stood up and walked over to the tree. Tell me if it is too much. Naruto then started to gather his chakra. Hinata activated her Byakugan and gasped at what she saw. Naruto-kun, you were using far too much chakra. I am? Damn, and I'm using like half of what I did before. Why is this so hard for me? Naruto focused more and began to drop the amount he was using. Hinata thought hard for a moment. She then decided to risk asking a question. Naruto-kun, how is it that you have so much chakra? And not even my father has as much as you. Hinata instantly regretted the question. Naruto dropped his gathered chakra altogether and went very still. Is that so? Naruto gave a nervous chuckle. I must just be really awesome then. I mean, the future Hokage needs a lot of chakra, right? Hinata nodded quickly. Why, yes, that makes sense. She couldn't help but feel even worse when Naruto's face showed total relief. He then went back to channeling his chakra. Hinata once again focused on Naruto's chakra. Lower, lower. She kept repeating. After several seconds she finally said stop. Naruto silently, so as not to break his concentration, began walking on the tree again. This time instead of launching off he actually stood in place. With another hesitant step Naruto began walking up the tree. Hey, I'm doing it! Naruto-kun! Hinata's shout came too late. In his excitement Naruto let more chakra through and he was promptly launched from the tree again. Hinata was next to him the second he hit the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Sorry for what? Naruto cut her off. Did you see how high I got? Let's go again, with your help I'll get this in no time. Naruto shakily returned to his feet and walked back over to the tree. Hinata couldn't bring herself to stop him. So what do you think of your new teammates? Guy asked, blocking a spinning kick from Lee. Naruto-kun is most youthful. Lee sidestepped a punch. Returning a punch of his own, he kept talking. You were right. Hinata is much different from Neji. Although this is a good thing. I think they both have potential to become just like us, sensei. Yes, they will definitely become geniuses of hard work just like you. Guy grabbed Lee's fist and then threw Lee into the air. Lee flipped over and over and managed to land gracefully on his feet. He then launched back at his sensei with a low kick. Yes, I see they accepted your weights. They will improve fast with those. Guy jumped over Lee's kick and brought his own foot down towards Lee's head. Your voice betrays you, Lee. You are jealous. But fear not, they will not advance with the weights nearly as fast as you did. The weights are simply to give them just a little more speed. They will not need to be as fast as you. They have their own styles. Lee rolled out of the way, jumping up as he kicked high this time. Guy-sensei. I am sorry to have doubted you. I should not have thought in such a manner. Lee! It is okay. I could never stay mad at you. Guy ducked the kick. He then launched at Lee with both arms open. Lee mimicked his sensei and they ended up in a tight embrace. Tears streamed down both their eyes. Guy-sensei. Lee! Guy-sensei. Lee! What the hell are they doing over there? Naruto asked. He was dusting himself off from another nasty fall. Hinata only shrugged. We got some real weirdos on our team. But you know I like them. They mean well for us. I feel the same. Hinata whispered. I was thinking, Naruto started. I feel kinda bad that we turned down Guy-sensei's spandex, but maybe we could go out later today and buy some new clothes. We could get something green to match them. Only if you want, though I'm not good at clothes shopping myself, so it would help a lot if you came with me. Hinata was again wondering if this day was just a dream. She had at first been afraid Naruto was about to suggest they try the spandex. But instead he asked her to go shopping with him. It was almost like a date. Hinata wanted to thank whatever god had put her on a team with those two who were still screaming each other's names. Is that a no then? Naruto wasn't sure how else to take Hinata's silence. She almost seemed afraid of him at times. Maybe she knew about his prisoner? I'd be happy to go with you. Hinata shook Naruto out of his thoughts now. Really? Awesome, when Sensei excuses us for the day we could just head out together then. Hinata nodded her head vigorously. She had almost let the chance go. Naruto gave his sensei and older teammate one last look. Anyways, let's get back to work. Hinata kept on nodding. The hour passed quickly and Naruto nearly had the tree walking down by the time Guy and Lee came over. That is all the training for this morning. The sun that was now peeking over the trees illuminated Guy's smile. You are allowed an hour break. Use this to eat breakfast and wash up. Meet me in front of the Hokage Tower and don't be late. He gave Naruto a meaningful smile at the last comment. Dismissed. Guy vanished in a swirl of leaves. The three genin looked at each other. Well, I'm gonna run to Ichiraku's. There's a bowl of ramen with my name on it. Naruto sped off without a second glance at his teammates. Lee looked after him. Quite youthful indeed. He mumbled to himself. I am returning home, Hinata. I shall see you in an hour. Yes, I am also going home for the hour. I look forward to our first mission together. Hinata bowed to Lee and then the two ninjas split up. 1 hour later and Guy's team was assembled outside of the tower. Well done, team. Guy praised. I just know that we are going to knock out these missions with youthful agility. Let us be prepared. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. Yes! Finally, the best part of being a ninja. What kind of missions do you think we'll get? Maybe we'll be charged with protecting a princess of a foreign land. Or maybe we will get to slay some giant monster beast. Lee only looked sadly at Naruto while Hinata smiled slightly at his imagination. Well, let's find out. Guy said, leading them into the tower and up the stairs to the Hokage's office. Without even knocking, Guy barged into the room. Team Guy with Naruto, Hinata, and Lee reporting for duty. Hokage-sama. Guy rang out. Guy. The Hokage drawled. I was wondering when you would make your way up here. I heard you all the way from the bottom. Yeah, enough with the pleasantries, old man. I want a mission. Naruto was hit firmly on the head by his sensei. Sorry about him, Hokage-sama. His flames burn so brightly he forgets his manners. Guy almost swore he heard Naruto mumble something about people who didn't knock but chose to ignore it. It's all well, Guy. I just so happen to have a good mission for your team. Naruto looked up expectantly again. The Hokage tried hard not to let his smile show. The Inuzuka's dogs happen to be in need of a walk through the village. I am sure they would appreciate it if you took them. What the hell? To say Naruto was pissed off again would have been an understatement. Naruto was not out in the world saving princesses or fighting giant monsters. No, instead Naruto was in his home village walking dogs. Some ninja mission this was. Naruto hated dogs. Not that they seemed to like him either. Thankfully they were almost back to the Inuzukas. When their house came into sight, Naruto was reminded of when they first got there. Naruto had been surprised when it was Kiba who had greeted them that morning. Although Kiba looked just as surprised. What are you guys doing here, and who the hell are the two weirdos in spandex? Kiba had asked Naruto and Hinata, but it was Guy who answered. A classmate of Naruto and Hinata. It is a pleasure to make your youthful acquaintance. I am Mike Guy. I'm Naruto and Hinata's Jonin sensei. This here is Rock Lee, and he is their fellow teammate. Kiba had to cover his ears. Sometimes having enhanced hearing was a pain. Is he always like this? Kiba seethed. You have no idea. Naruto whispered back. MW, we are here to walk your dogs. It is the mission assigned to us. Kiba turned to Hinata as she spoke. Man, one quiet girl with 3 loud guys. Whatever, follow me. I'll lead you to my mom, she's in charge of all that stuff. Kiba stepped inside followed by Team Guy. The first thing Naruto noticed as he stepped in was the smell. It smelled like 100 dogs lived there. Naruto didn't know how right he was until a dozen came running out of an adjoining room. They were barking wildly and Naruto took a nervous step back. Hey, down! Come on guys, what's wrong? Sit! Kiba barked out orders to his dogs before turning around and giving the team an apologetic smile. They aren't usually like this. Sorry, I don't know what's gotten into them. They smell the boy. Tsum, Kiba's mom answered as she also walked into the room. She was staring straight at Naruto. Who, me? Why should they be mad at me? Naruto looked peevishly down at the dogs. You just have an odd smell about you is all. Tsum waved Naruto's question off. Now here are all the leashes. She threw a bundle of them which Lee caught. They need to go all around the village. Make sure that if they poop you pick it up and try not to let them attack anyone including your orange teammate there. Sun was again looking at Naruto and he wasn't sure he liked the look on her face. He was pulled out of his recollection by Guy's loud knock on the door. Inuzuka-san. We have returned from our youthful mission with our flames burning even more brightly than when we started. The door flew open quickly. It was Kiba again. He gave a meaningful look to Naruto. Does this sensei of yours have a volume switch? When Naruto shook his head, Kiba scoffed. Anyway, show yourselves, and I was just leaving to meet with my team. Maybe we'll get an awesome mission. I hope we get to save a princess. Kiba was now walking off. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little sad for the boy who was about to have his dreams crushed. You guys wait here. I will go in and get this stamped and we'll be on our way for the next mission. Guy went inside followed by the herd of dogs. After just a few moments he came back out. Okay team, let's have a quick lunch and then get back to the Hokage Tower for our next mission. Guy whipped out 8 ration bars and handed them out. 2 for each of us. Eat up. Naruto blanched as he crunched into his. What the hell kind of lunch is this? How can these things possibly be filling? Naruto, you have much to learn. Guy was in lecture mode now. These bars contain all the essential nutrients to keep the body going through a day of hard work. They are important in our diet and are the main food of shinobi on missions. So you better get used to the taste. Naruto didn't like it, but he ate it anyways. Guy-sensei had yet to be wrong. Soon they were off towards the tower again. At first Lee couldn't place the uncomfortable feeling he had been getting. The whole walk with the dogs and now to the Hokage Tower, it felt like everyone in the village was glaring at him. Lee couldn't understand why they would glare at him till he followed their eyes and realized it was Naruto. The entire village was shooting Naruto dirty looks. Lee couldn't fathom why they would be so mad at him though. According to Hinata, Naruto had pulled a few pranks. They couldn't have been bad enough to piss off the whole village though, right? Guy-sensei definitely didn't hate him. So he couldn't be all bad. As they walked into the Hokage's office, Lee turned his thoughts away from his teammate to listen to the Hokage give them their next mission. Excellent, the Hokage smiled at the team. Here's your pay for this mission. For your next mission, I would like you to assist the Ikomas with moving. They have all their boxes packed, but just need them and their furniture moved across the village. As the Hokage spoke, he passed out their pay. Naruto made a grunt of displeasure, but otherwise remained silent. Guy-sensei had explained to them the point of the missions, how they developed teamwork and were a great way to make quick pay. He had also thrown in that they were stuck with them for 2 weeks thanks to their team arrangement. Lee couldn't complain. Sure, he didn't like the boring missions, but they left it easy to stay in the village to have training time. As they set off to do their next mission, they started walking as they normally did. Guy-sensei and himself were in the front with Naruto just barely behind them. The orange-clad boy had stepped on Lee's sandals a couple times, he was so close. Hinata held a good distance back. Hey sensei, what do we gotta do to get off of this 2 week of D ranks? Naruto jogged up to the other side of their sensei to ask the question. Taking this opportunity, Lee noticeably fell back and started walking with Hinata. She just glanced at him curiously. Lee spoke quietly. Have you noticed the looks Naruto has been getting? Hinata nodded. Well, do you know what is up with that? You had mentioned about him pulling pranks, but were they really that bad? Hinata shook her head again before speaking up. As far as I know, Naruto-kun has received these looks since before he pulled even his first prank. Hinata looked suspiciously at the people who walked by as they talked. Even my own family forbade me from talking to him. They said he was dangerous. Lee frowned. Dangerous how? What's dangerous? Lee and Hinata both jumped. The topic of their conversation was now walking backwards right in front of them. He gave them a weird look before Lee managed to jumble out an excuse. Well, see, rank missions. Hinata here had been questioning what they were like, and they're dangerous, you know? Lee gave a nervous chuckle. Guy-sensei just said the same thing. But I think we can handle them, no problem. After all, I'm gonna be Hokage. Lee gave a sigh of relief. Naruto had accepted his excuse easily enough. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel like bringing it up with him. Lee doubted it would have made him comfortable. Naruto appeared oblivious to the looks, but Lee was almost sure it was a farce. Naruto walked with them the rest of the way, asking Lee questions about the kind of missions he had been on and if he had ever saved a princess. Lee answered the best he could, but he was distracted now. How could Naruto be dangerous? It didn't make sense. Once he could talk more with Hinata, he might have more insight. He would just have to wait. They were here. Ikoma-san. We are here to help you move. Guy screamed at the building. A confused-looking elderly couple stepped out of the building. When they saw the leaf symbol on Guy's belt, recognition dawned on their faces. Ah, yes, good. We were wondering when the Hokage would send you shinobi. We would appreciate it if you would get started right away. The husband said. Right, you guys heard them, get to work. Lee watched Naruto nod excitedly and start to form the ram seal. No clones, Naruto. You can't improve if you rely on them all the time. Naruto frowned at his sensei's words but nodded. This act pulled the couple's attention to Naruto though. What is that doing here? The elderly woman practically spat. I don't want him anywhere near my possessions. That little thing will rob us blind. Lee turned quickly to Hinata and saw her glance at him quick too, then they both turned to Naruto to see his reaction. To Lee's surprise, it wasn't anger. It wasn't even sadness. What Lee saw was much more confusing than that. What Lee saw in Naruto was fear. But what was he afraid of? I assure you, Naruto is no thief. He is a ninja of the leaf and is sworn to protect its citizens and everything they own. Guy set his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Lee noticed Naruto visibly relax at the touch. Guy-sensei was amazing. Of course, if you are still uncomfortable with my team, then we can head back. The women started to nod. I'm sure the Hokage will understand when I tell him that you decided to reach into lingering youth and move everything without the aid of shinobi. The woman started to sputter at that. What, but you can't do that? She screeched. I fail to see why not. After all, of my team of youthful ninja isn't right for the job, I couldn't possibly see any other ninja to be bothered with this assignment. The woman was about to say something again before her husband interrupted. We would be honored if you young ones would help us. Just keep an eye on your student. You know? To put my wife at ease. Of course. Guy said in clipped voice. The old man gave Naruto a little glare before he let them in. Lee was even more curious now. The more that happened, the more badly he felt he had to hear what Hinata had to say. It might be nothing, but any little bit of information was welcome at this point. This outright hostility was not the result of pranks. Alas, he had no time. Between the four of them moving boxes and furniture at their own paces, he rarely saw Hinata during the time of the whole mission. That didn't stop him from trying to talk with their employers though. Coming back from just doing a stack of boxes, Lee met the elderly man at the door. I was wondering, Lee hoped this was coming off casually. I did not know that my teammate had stolen things from people before. Where have you heard such things? The old man scoffed. Heard such things? You don't need to have heard them to know he's done it. The brat's a demon. They do worse than just steal. Lee was confused but tried not to show it. He had to hold a look of just casual interest. I am sorry, I'm afraid I do not understand what you mean by demon? The old man seemed to be considering his answer. Like he was nervous of saying the wrong thing. How strange. Unfortunately for Lee, he was interrupted. Lee, this is no time for breaks. Let your fire burn brightly and transport with all your might. Guy-sensei was running towards them on a handstand. Yes, Guy-sensei. I apologize for slacking off while the rest of you were working so hard. I will lift 4 times the amount I had been before as punishment. Lee dashed inside and quickly stacked 4 boxes in each arm and started running to the other end of town. Darn, I was about to find out something big too, I know it. Lee silently cursed to himself. It didn't matter though. There would be more chances. There were a lot of boxes after all. However, to Lee's annoyance, there weren't any more chances. It was like Guy-sensei was following him now. Almost like Sensei knew he was asking things he probably shouldn't be. But surely Sensei couldn't have known that. Guy-sensei wasn't really that all-knowing. Right? Soon enough the mission was over. The couple thanked them, although Lee doubted they meant Naruto, judging by the final glare they gave him. Now they were on their way back to the tower. As they were walking, Guy started talking. It appears to be about 3 o'clock. We will go collect our reward, but stop missions here for today. I would like to treat you all to some lunch before continuing our training. Naruto began to say something, but Guy quickly cut him off. No ramen, you need to eat more than that. Naruto didn't respond, but dropped his head in defeat. He was too predictable at times. He stayed quiet the whole way to the Hokage's office where they received their money. So Lee-kun, tell me how you like your new teammates. I do hope you are getting along well with them. The Hokage's question caught Lee off guard. Their flames burned very brightly, Hokage-sama. I am honored to work with them. Lee bowed as he spoke. The Hokage laughed and waved his bow off. No need for that, dear boy. I am curious though. Are you upset having lost your old teammates? Lee thought before answering. I have not lost them, Hokage-sama. I can still see them and hopefully I shall get to do more missions with them sometime. The Hokage seemed pleased with his answer. That's the spirit guy has trained you well. I look forward to seeing you all again bright and early tomorrow morning. The Hokage dismissed them. The team exited the tower and began following Guy as he led them through the bustling streets of Konoha. During this time Lee had hoped to talk with Hinata about what she had met earlier, only to be thwarted again by Naruto, who fell back into line with him. Hey, isn't this great? A free meal, too bad it isn't ramen though. Naruto's huge smile looked awfully fake to Lee now that he was this close. Lee glanced quickly around to see the ever-present glares before responding. Yosh! Free food is fantastic. I cannot think of the last time that Guy-sensei felt so inclined to treat me out to eat. He says my stomach is far too full of youth for his wallet to handle. Naruto and Lee continued to converse about food with an embarrassed Hinata in the middle. Suddenly her stomach growled. Hinata gave a small heap if her face had been red before it was absolutely glowing now. I must say sorry. Ida. She was interrupted by Naruto's laugh. Guess you're really hungry too. Guy-sensei is in for it tonight. Naruto's smile seemed a little more loose and honest as he spoke. Just as Lee thought this guy spoke up, we have arrived. Let us enter and dine to our heart's content. Naruto and Lee grabbed Hinata and dashed inside, followed by their laughing sensei. Their excitement was cut abruptly short. When the Jinin ran in, they could practically feel the tension in the restaurant. The fact that the whole place got silent very quickly didn't help. It didn't take anyone on the team long to figure out why. Guy was standing silently behind them now. A waiter emerged from the back and quickly approached them, sweating profusely. I'm sorry to inform you guys-san, but we are booked full right now. The waiter mumbled nervously. Guy glanced at all the empty tables around the restaurant. His students were watching him for his reaction. Unfortunately, Guy didn't see much he could do besides leave. Calling the waiter out on his obvious lie would only cause problems. I see. Then we shall be sure to take our business elsewhere. Lee had had enough. Naruto was getting treated like garbage everywhere they went. He didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve any ill will at all for that matter. In short, this was bullshit. Lee was about to vocalize these thoughts when Hinata surprised them all. You're all despicable. She had spoken quietly, but due to the silence in the restaurant there was no doubt they all heard her. Her head had been turned down when she first spoke, but now she lifted it. The waiter gave a controlled yelp and jumped back. The sight of Hinata's active Byakugan apparently had unnerved him. I'll make it known to the rest of my family the gravity of this insult. They shall see to it that you are out of business. Hinata knew this was an empty threat. She actually had very little sway within her family. But they didn't know that. Her unmarked head clearly marked her as main branch, and to her silent pride she actually kind of sounded like an heiress for once in her life. She found if it was for Naruto she could do almost anything. Besides, once word of what she said got around, more than enough people would probably avoid the restaurant anyways. So they might go out of business without her clan's interference. The waiter seemed about ready to sputter out a response, but Hinata didn't even want to hear it. She turned on her heel and left the restaurant, the rest of her team in tow. Wow, she is scary when she is mad. Lee whispered to Naruto. Naruto could only nod dumbly to Lee's words. He was so stupefied by Hinata's reaction he had completely forgot why it was necessary in the first place. It seemed all women were scary as hell when pissed to him. Guy was for once in his life torn. While he didn't want to see the restaurant that served such delicious food go out of business, they definitely deserved it. No one treated his students that way with him around. He had made that clear while on their second mission. But Hinata's reaction had in a strange way almost made it worth it. The passionate flames that were flying off of her were tremendous. Guy could have cried. He just hoped it wouldn't take another incident like this to pull them back out. As they walked out, Hinata began to realize what she really just did. How could she have done that to Guy-sensei, to Lee, and most importantly to Naruto? She had definitely just ruined the rest of the day. She turned around to apologize, but was met with what appeared to be hesitant looks from her teammates. That couldn't be good. She began to bow, but Guy cleared his throat. No apology is needed. What you did was definitely within your bounds as a teammate. So how about some ramen? Guy felt he had to change the subject. Surely Naruto would be happy at the thought of ramen. In fact, if Naruto had been upset at all, he didn't show it. At the word ramen, Naruto started jumping around before he grabbed Hinata and Lee by the hands and started pulling them off to his favorite stand. Guy allowed a small grin. The wonders of youth. Naruto was actually quite relieved. He had expected his teammates to ask by now about the looks he was being given. He wasn't that unobservant. He saw them glance at the other citizens. He knew they saw the glares. When that old hag had called him a menace, he had been afraid they would ask about that too. How was he supposed to explain that one? Now this restaurant crap. He really had expected a hey what's up. But instead his teammates got angry for him and were now trying to cheer him up. It made him feel oddly warm inside. He knew they were curious, but as long as they didn't ask he was okay. He could always just blame it on pranks if they did ask though. And here we are, the greatest ramen stand in all of the fire country. Naruto stood looking at his team, both hands gestured to the stand. Naruto! You make an old man's heart warm. Lee looked over Naruto to see an elderly-looking man smiling brightly at them. Well, come have a seat and introduce me to these friends of yours. Naruto nodded. Come on guys, over here. He ran over and plopped himself on the far right seat. Lee sat next to him, and Hinata on the far left. Alright guys, this old man is Tucci, the owner of the stand. That girl over there is Ayame. Naruto gestured to a slightly older girl as she came into view from behind the stand. Old man, Ayame. These are my teammates Lee and Hinata, and this is my new teacher, Guy-sensei. Naruto gestured to the left as he talked. It's nice to meet you all. Tucci greeted. Naruto here is our best customer. Any friend of his is welcome here anytime. Lee liked this guy. Finally, there was someone who wasn't treating Naruto like scum but more like family. Guy-sensei seemed to share his sentiments. Your fires burn most brightly. I see why Naruto comes here so much already. I can only imagine the excellent quality of your noodles. At the mention of food, 3 stomachs growled. The old man laughed. Sounds like we're making good business tonight. What do you all have? The team ordered their food and then made light conversation as they waited for their noodles. When they got there, everyone dug in. Even Hinata seemed to eat with a distinct taste. As they started to get done, Guy cleared his throat. When he was sure he had his students' attention, he began talking. I wanted to discuss what you can expect us to be doing for the next couple of weeks. All of his students nodded. As you know, we start practice at 5 in the morning. We train for 3 hours or an hour for each rotation. Same as we did this morning. After we have done that, we break for an hour breakfast. Be sure to get your proper nutrients or you will have a most unyouthful day. At 9 we report to the Hokage for missions. Some missions are longer than others, so we may only do a couple a day. Between missions we should have another meal, but not a big one. We have to be diligent. Those ration bars work just fine. We will end missions as close to 4 as possible. After which we will eat as we are now. So what do we do after this? Naruto asked. We train some more. Guy answered. Now run back off to where we met this morning. I will take care of the bill. If you were not there before me, you will all run 500 laps around Konoha. Guy stood up and pulled out his wallet, and his students were gone in a flash. The ramen stand owner started cracking up. You sure are an interesting fellow. But then again, Naruto is an interesting kid, so I suppose it's only natural. That he is. His fire burns more brightly than most despite all that he's been through. I offer my thanks to you for helping him out. I couldn't turn my back on him, he's a good kid. The old man waved off Guy's thanks. Just do me a favor and make sure that he and his teammates become fantastic shinobi. Guy smiled. Of course, I wouldn't settle for anything less. Now if you'll excuse me, I can't give them too much of a head start. I wasn't joking about those laps. Guy disappeared, leaving a laughing Tucci. Fortunately for the genin, they got there just before their Speedy-sensei. Good. I see you are improving already. Guy beamed at Naruto and a panting Hinata. Now on to training. Yes, so what kind of training is this? Some awesome taijutsu killing moves? Naruto guessed. It was Lee who answered. It is better than that. Better? What's better, ninjutsu? Naruto couldn't think of anything else better than learning sweet new moves. No physical exercise. Lee pumped his fists in the air. There's nothing better than doing 10,000 push-ups followed by 5,000 sit-ups and then 100 laps around the Leaf Village as a cool down. Naruto's mouth hit the ground. What kind of workout is that? It sounds like suicide. He couldn't fathom doing all that and still being done while it was light out. Then it hit him that they may well be out until midnight. Wait, how long are we doing this for? Only until 7. Guy answered. It is almost 5 now. I won't start you at what I'm having Lee doing, but I expect you to progress fast. This workout is the best way to strengthen your muscles, and it puts those weights I gave you to the real test. Now Lee, I like what you suggested. Get started. Yes, sensei, if I cannot finish in the allotted time, I will do 10,000 more push-ups with one hand and a boulder on my back. Lee leapt down and began doing push-ups at a rate that made Naruto sweat just looking at him. Great thinking, Lee. Let your fires of youth scorch the sky. Guy gave Lee the thumbs up. Is it just me or does their crazy behavior just become that much crazier when we train? Naruto whispered to Hinata. She tried to suppress a giggle but it slipped out. Her face burned brightly again, but Guy-sensei didn't give her long to think about that. For today I am just going to have you do random exercises for a set amount of time. This is so I can get an idea of your limits and then I will know how far to push you in the coming days. Let's take after Lee and start with push-ups. Naruto and Hinata spent the next hour doing all sorts of things ranging from jumping jacks to running around the clearing on their hands, something that proved very difficult for Naruto. Soon though the 2 hours was nearly done, so Naruto and Hinata collapsed to the ground as they waited for Lee to finish his laps. Even Naruto's seemingly endless stamina had shown its limits during their intense workout. Hinata didn't even have the strength to be embarrassed from her close proximity to Naruto. You have done well. You would do even better to rest up tonight, for tomorrow will be just as rigorous. Guy started to lecture just as they heard Lee's panting as he slowly jogged into the clearing. Lee collapsed next to his teammates. I have finished the assigned task, Guy-sensei. Lee got up between gasps. He gave a lazy salute which Guy returned with full vigor. Excellent job, Lee. I am sorry I did not join you today, but now that they are set I will be sure to engage fully in the training myself tomorrow. For now go home and rest. That goes for all of you. Guy disappeared in a swirl of leaves to where the genins could only guess. Well, I shall see you both early tomorrow then. Lee staggered to his feet and was about to leave when Naruto called out to him. Hey, wait, bushy brow. Naruto stood up and brushed himself off. Hinata and I were gonna go shopping for something green, we think Guy-sensei might appreciate it. You could come with us, it'll be fun. Right, Hinata? Why, yes. While Hinata said this, she inwardly hoped Lee declined. She liked Lee, but she had been hoping it would just be Naruto and her. While she knew she lacked the courage to actually do anything and it would have been embarrassing, she would have been able to at least pretend it was a date. Lee thought about it. This was actually a good opportunity. He had yet to finish his conversation with Hinata and he needed to bond with them outside of training, he supposed. Alright, I will happily accompany you on your venture for new clothes. With you two also in green we will become the least green ninja team. Lee said, much to Hinata's disappointment. Not that she showed it and neither boy took notice. Awesome, let's get going. Naruto already seemed to be recovered from the 2 hours of brutal training. Lee and Hinata tiredly followed after him. Guy was pacing inside the Hokage's office. Some of the things he'd seen today greatly disturbed him. He just had to figure out how to voice his thoughts to the Hokage himself. Said old man looked greatly disturbed. It took a lot to get Guy to get like this. He hadn't seen it in years himself. He had a good idea what the source of his inner turmoil was though. It had to be Naruto. The Hokage sighed. Might as well get it over with. You can speak freely, Guy. It is apparent things have disturbed you today, tell me what they are. It was an order. Guy stopped pacing and straightened. It's about Naruto. The Hokage grimaced. Sometimes being wise had its downfalls. One was being right when you didn't want to be. The treatment the boy gets is downright unforgivable. He keeps them safe every day of his life and they call him a demon, accuse him of things he has never done and bar him from their establishments. The Hokage sighed again. He always felt more his age when the boy's treatment was brought up. Tell me exactly what happened. Start from the beginning. And so Guy did. He recounted everything from their missions to the glares and finally what had happened at the restaurant. After each telling, the Hokage sunk lower into his chair. He seemed to have overlooked so much. When Guy finished, the Hokage sat up straight again. I have missed so much concerning the boy. How is he doing? What are the reactions of his teammates? The boy just goes on smiling. I would never guess something was wrong if I wasn't there myself to witness everything. He hides it so well. I take comfort in saying I am most proud of all my students. The others have not questioned him, but they're definitely onto something. Yet they have asked him nothing and instead already treat him like a friend. While this is to be expected of my Lee, it warms my heart to see a kind Hyuga. Guy smiled slightly at the end. The Hokage could not return his smile though. Maybe it would be best if we brought them in and informed them of what? No! The Hokage looked at Guy curiously. It was not often anyone interrupted him anymore. Especially to refuse a suggestion from him. Guy seemed to realize this but held his ground. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but I feel Naruto has to tell them himself. That is the only way for him to feel that they truly accept him. If we go behind his back and tell them, he will never be able to open his heart up to them. Please leave it to them. Guy was practically begging now. The Hokage looked at Guy a while longer before nodding. I understand, thank you for your report, Guy. I hope to hear more in the future. Perhaps some with more good news. Dismissed. Guy nodded and left out the door. When he left, the Hokage took a long drag on his pipe. He had a lot to think about tonight. Meanwhile, Guy's team was again walking through the busy streets of Konoha. Naruto was still in the lead, Lee and Hinata following closely behind him. Suddenly Naruto stopped hard. Lee bumped into him. What gives, Naruto? Lee backed up slightly to give Naruto his space. Naruto himself turned around and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, I just realized I don't know where we're going. Naruto gave a small chuckle. Lee sighed. He should have figured. Well, where do you normally buy your clothes? Lee regretted the question. Naruto's eyes lowered to the ground and his smile faded. But his smile quickly returned and Lee almost thought he imagined it. Well, I've never actually been clothes shopping. The grin plastered on Naruto's face made Lee feel sick. But where did you get your orange jumpsuit? Hinata squeaked out. Lee suddenly had a bad feeling about the answer they were going to get. Yeah, one of our old instructors gave this to me. It was super nice of him, huh? Naruto just kept smiling, oblivious to the look Lee and Hinata now gave each other. Lee realized Hinata had come to the same conclusion as him. Someone had intended to get Naruto killed on a mission. Orange wasn't exactly a stealthy color after all. It wouldn't have surprised Lee if it was the same instructor that taught Naruto his taijutsu. Well, I know of a good shop to get ninja clothes. Green shouldn't be hard to find there. Hinata was upset. How could so many people be so mean to Naruto? She was definitely going to make sure he didn't have to suffer anymore. She just needed to find the courage to make good on her silent promise. So with Hinata now in the lead, the team was off again. Soon they entered a clothing store just a block away from where they had been. As they walked around, Hinata noticed Lee grab a couple items, run up and buy them. He then went running to where Naruto was to help him choose. Hinata couldn't help but be curious as to what Lee had just purchased. She supposed she would find out soon though. Soon she was ready. She had found a nice hooded sweatshirt. It was striped green and gray horizontally and was just a little big for her, just the way she wanted. She also found some pants that were dull green but seemed to fit her well, so she grabbed a few pair of those too. She was now outside of the changing room with Lee waiting for Naruto. Soon the boy stepped up with camouflage pants and a jumpsuit just as green as what Lee was wearing at the moment. She also noticed an orange t-shirt underneath, but what was Naruto without a little bit of orange? Lee gave him the thumbs up and Hinata nodded her acceptance as he peered at them inquisitively. He smiled at their reactions, went back in and re-emerged with his orange attire back on. I'll take all the clothes and you can just give me your pay. Hinata offered, sticking her hand out. In reality, she just didn't want them to do anything to him. The way he was treated, she wouldn't be surprised if they charged him double. Now that's okay, I can do it. Naruto held his clothes protectively. I'm totally capable of doing this by myself. It appeared he had misunderstood her intentions. Hinata gave a pleading look to Lee, who seemed to catch on. Come on, Naruto, let her handle it. Do you not know how much women love to shop? Just buying the product is another part to that experience. Naruto started to nod slowly as Lee took his clothes and handed them to Hinata. I suppose that makes sense, thanks, Hinata. Naruto handed her the money and Lee led them out of the store. Hinata went and paid for everything without incident. But when she walked outside, she didn't immediately see her teammates. For just a second she got depressed and thought that maybe they ditched her. That is until she heard them. Passed Hinata quickly over this way. She heard Naruto's not-so-quiet whisper and turned to see both him and Lee hiding behind a nearby sign. She walked over curiously. What are you guys doing? Naruto and Lee both turned to her and made a SHH noise before turning their attention back to the store across the street. Hinata looked over but didn't see anything in particular. Not until Haruno Sakura walked out of a building anyway. Sakura-chan and both Genin were practically drooling, their eyes had a strange glow about them. Suddenly they both seemed to realize the other was staring as well. Wait, you know Sakura-chan? Of course I know her, she's mine. Their mimicry of each other almost seemed rehearsed and would have made Hinata laugh if she didn't feel like her heart was crumbling apart. Sure, she knew of Naruto's crush on Sakura, but it still hurt whenever he looked at her that way. If only he would give her a glance like that. Even just once. This can only be settled one way, Lee declared, no longer trying to be quiet. Genkin! How is that supposed to solve anything? Naruto apparently gave up on being quiet too. Simple, the loser must give up on Sakura-chan and must help the winner get a girlfriend. What do you say? I say let's do this. Naruto and Lee assumed their ready positions. Hinata knew it was a terrible thought, but she just couldn't help but pray that Lee won. Okay, ready? Lee asked. Naruto nodded. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Shoot! Lee threw rock. Naruto threw scissors. Yosh! Sakura-chan is mine. Lee jumped in the air. Best 2 of 3. Lee fell hard to the ground. What? He shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. I thought that was how we were doing it. That's how it's always done. Fine. Lee stood up and they both got back into position. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Shoot! Lee again threw rock. And Naruto again threw scissors. Best 3 of 5. And she's walking away. Hinata interrupted their game as she watched Sakura walk down the street. She was also just trying to get Naruto to give up, not that she would ever admit it. Right, sorry Naruto, but time is up. I look forward to your assistance in getting me a girlfriend. Lee bowed low before looking expectantly at Naruto. Naruto seemed to be in an internal struggle for just a second. Damn fine, but let's hurry, we gotta catch up to her. Naruto started running down the street. Lee was quick to be after him. A relieved and slightly happy Hinata trailed behind them both. Naruto didn't like to admit it, but maybe it was time he did give up on Sakura. After all, he had teammates now. They actually didn't treat him like dirt. They were even quickly becoming what he figured you would call friends. And if his friend wanted a date with Sakura, then he would be damned if he didn't get it for him. With this in mind, he called out to her, Sakura-chan. She stopped short. He noticed her shoulders go rigid, but she turned around all the same. At least she didn't jolt on them. That would have made things complicated. As they ran up, Naruto gave a nervous wave, but then paused. Crap, he didn't come up with a plan at all. Time to wing it. What do you want, idiot? Sakura was pissed. She had just bought more perfume to impress Sasuke, but instead of her dream boy showing up, the class clown came running up instead. If he asked her out again, she would have to beat his brains out again. Hey, I wanted to introduce you to my teammates. Naruto started lamely scratching the back of his head. I already know them, Naruto, I was in your class. Naruto gulped. Yep, she was sure on patience. Well, yeah, you know Hinata, of course. Naruto gestured to his female teammate. But I doubt you know this handsome stud. This is Rock Lee. He graduated the year before us, and he is one kick-ass taijutsu expert. Naruto built Lee up. Sakura had wanted to ask why they were paired up with a genin a year ahead of them, but her question was blown from her mind when she saw the so-called stud. The boy had the most atrocious clothes she had ever seen in her life. His eyebrows were thicker than should have been possible, not to mention his bowl cut was so out of style she almost cried. The worst yet was the creepily bright smile and thumbs up he was giving her. That damned idiot Naruto was making fun of her. If this was some kind of revenge for her rejecting him all the time he was dead. It didn't matter, he was dead anyway, she decided. Lee couldn't think of what to say. His mind froze now that they were so close to her. She was staring, that had to be good. Now if he could get himself to drop the thumbs up and talk to her, he would be good. He never got the chance. Sakura suddenly sent a fist down on Naruto's head. Naruto, you idiot. What kind of joke is this? You're retarded and will never be funny, cool, or smart. Just get out of my life. As she spoke, she wailed on Naruto. Hinata just watched in mute horror as she saw Naruto get his typical beating from Sakura. Meanwhile, Lee, who'd never witnessed this before, couldn't bring himself to watch anymore. He was about to intervene when she stopped, looked up, and ran past them, all the while screaming Sasuke-kun. Lee was so surprised by the sudden change in her demeanor, he turned to see who she ran after. Lee grew wide-eyed and his heart stopped for a fraction of a second. Sakura had run after who Lee could only assume was the last surviving Uchiha. But that wasn't who he was looking at. Walking on either side of Sasuke were his old teammates Neji and Tenten. He was pulled out of his shock by Naruto. Sorry, bushy brow, with that bastard Sasuke around, it is gonna be hard to get her, but don't worry, I'll make Sakura yours. Naruto seemed totally unfazed by his beating. Maybe a little heartbroken, but physically it looked like she never touched him. But man, she sure does pack a punch, still almost like old times. Lee couldn't believe it, this was commonplace. Lee found his infatuation for Sakura dying quickly. Just as he was thinking this, Tenten must have caught sight of them because she was calling out to him. She grabbed Neji and pulled him over. A begrudged Sasuke and ignored Sakura followed. Lee, it's so good to see you again, Tenten said as she ran up and gave Lee a hug. Isn't that right, Neji? She gave her cold teammate a meaningful look. Yes, it has been quiet without you and Dai-sensei. Our new sensei has a knack for being late. Fortunately, we were able to train just fine without him. He spends most of his time on the rookie anyways. Lee nodded quickly. Coming from Neji, that quiet comment was the closest thing to a compliment Lee had ever received from him. He found himself just a little happy. Naruto cleared his throat and looked at Lee expectantly. Ah yes, Neji Tenten, these are my new teammates. The blonde one is Uzumaki Naruto and the girl is Hyuga Hinata-sama. Neji finished coldly, practically spitting out the sama. Neji-ni-san, Hinata said quietly. Whoa, he's your brother? Naruto asked. Cousin's idiot. Sasuke answered for him. Not that you'd know anything about clans. Watch yourself when talking about clan Sasuke. Neji gave Sasuke a sideways glance. As fate has it, yours isn't around anymore either. Sasuke just glared at Neji. There was nothing he could do to the older genin, and he knew it. Sakura had even gotten quiet from the tension that was beginning to build. We'll be taking our leave then, Neji said after a moment of silence settled over the genin. It's funny though. Looks like Guy-sensei seems the one to get all the misfit shinobi. With that he walked off. Sasuke followed quickly, as did Tenten, but not before she gave an apologetic smile to Guy's new team. Sakura of course ran after them as well, trying to get Sasuke's attention again. Naruto had been about to set off at Neji and teach him a thing or two, but Lee held him back. I know how you feel, Naruto, but Neji is the reason we must train to become geniuses of hard work. Neji was at the top of my graduating class, just like Sasuke was yours. When we are ready we will take them on. But that is not until Guy-sensei says we are. Naruto finally seemed to calm down. Sorry, bushy brow, he said, panting heavily. Next time we'll get Sakura for sure. Lee shook his head. That is all right, I think I will have you help me with someone else. The way Sakura acted towards that genius has put a bad taste in my mouth. So then it's okay for me to go for Sakura-chan again? Naruto looked slightly hopeful. Nope, remember the terms of our agreement was the loser had to give up on Sakura. Just because I do not want her does not mean you can go for her. As Lee was talking he gave Hinata a wink unnoticed to Naruto. Hinata gave another small heap and a blush spread on her face. Naruto turned to Hinata when she squeaked. I can't believe that Neji guy is your cousin Hinata. He's nowhere near as nice as you are. Hinata's blush got even deeper, but she managed to mumble out a small thanks to his compliment. Satisfied, Naruto hefted his bag of clothes over his shoulder. Well guys, it's getting late. I'm gonna head home. We have a long day tomorrow after all. Lee nodded. Yes, I will see you tomorrow bright and early, Naruto. Try not to be late. Gee, good night, Naruto-kun, Hinata muttered. Yeah, I won't be. Good night, guys. With that, Naruto was off in the direction of his home. An awkward silence passed between Lee and Hinata. Naturally, Lee was the one to break it. You like him, do you not? Hinata gave one of her usual leaps and began blushing harder than Lee had ever seen. Sorry. Not what I expected to say either. It is just strange. Earlier you told me that your family said he was dangerous and that you should stay away from him. And so you go and develop a crush on him? What is with that? Hinata quietly stared at her feet. It took her a minute to gain her composure. No one had ever called her out on her affection for the boy. She knew she didn't hide it well, and yet no one had ever bothered to ask. Now when someone did, she didn't know how to answer. So she just tried being honest. Be back before we started the academy. I was being picked on by some boys. And Naruto came to my rescue and the boys beat him up. I just left him there. Lee had to stand close to hear Hinata. They were still in the middle of the street, which was still fairly noisy. After that I started paying attention to him. I was fascinated by him. Everyone picked on him, called him names, and told him he would fail. But he just kept on trying. Anytime someone told him he would fail, he simply replied he was going to become Hokage. Hinata's voice was getting louder. I admired that. That strength he had. That confidence. To me it looked like he was absolutely glowing. Hinata began to blush heavily again before continuing. Gradually I just fell in love with him. He was everything I wanted to be. If I could be with him, surely some of that would rub off on me. And now I'm his teammate. It makes me so happy to be with him and yet so sad to see the way he is treated. Hinata stood straight and looked at Lee suddenly. I have to know why he is treated that way. So I can help him no matter what it is. Lee was shocked. He had definitely not expected that. Lee could now honestly say he knew Hinata better than he ever knew her cousin, and it had only been one day. That confidence at the end seemed to blow all the other times out of the water. She was determined. He was too. They would help Naruto together. They would be there for him. As his friends, they would make sure he didn't have to suffer. Right, so first we need to pull everything we know. Lee started knocking off points on his fingers. Tomorrow we shall see if Guy-sensei has any insight to give us. From there we will start doing things such as looking up stuff at the library and asking people who are close to him. There has got to be something. Hinata nodded. They both started walking down the street. Good, Lee said, we know dogs don't like his smell. Lee began knocking off points again as they continued their conversation into the night. Lee landed into the clearing where his team met up every morning. He was 15 minutes early today, but Guy-sensei and Hinata were there as expected. She was in the new attire they bought yesterday. After the conversation Hinata and himself had the night before, they decided to confide their findings to Guy-sensei and see if he could give them any insight. So naturally they had to be there early so Naruto wasn't around. Not that he was likely to be on time anyway, at least Lee hoped not. Lee! Guy-sensei wasn't quiet even during this early time of the day. I see you have come earlier than expected. Hinata arrived here just 5 minutes ago herself. It is great to see your flames kick so high this early in the morning. Guy-sensei gave them his nice guy pose as he talked. Lee hated to not respond to his sensei with his own youthful speech, but they had to get the talk over with. So when he spoke in a normal volume, their sensei turned immediately serious. Hinata and I have something we wish to discuss, Guy-sensei. Lee watched closely for anything Guy might do to let him know he knew what they wanted to talk about. Seeing none, Lee continued, it is about Naruto. We have noticed the way he has been treated and we tried to come up with reasons as for why. Guy-sensei nodded slowly. Lee knew something was up now. He never knew his sensei to respond in such a sullen manner. He had to know something. We were hoping you would tell us anything you knew. Lee stepped away from their previous plan to present him the information and then ask. Hinata noticed this too but remained quiet. Lee knew their sensei better than she. He must have had a reason for not sharing their knowledge. Guy looked thoughtful. I cannot tell you. He finally said, his voice at a normal level now. Lee was about to protest, but Guy held up his hand. It is Naruto's business. You wouldn't want me unveiling all your secrets to him, would you? He gave both of his students a meaningful look. They both looked ashamed. Guy thought about it for a moment. He could at least give them one more clue. Besides, I am not too sure I would feel comfortable committing a capital offense. Both of them looked up surprised. What do you mean capital offense? Hinata's mind was spinning. One more piece of the puzzle had just fallen into their laps. It fit well with the piece that her family said he was dangerous. It would also account for some glares. If people had said something to get themselves punished through death, of course the family would blame Naruto. But that was only 3 pieces. They had come up with a lot of them. It definitely didn't explain the dogs. Nor that seal she saw on his stomach when he gathered chakra. Or did it? Was that seal the offense? Funny question. Guy was back to his loud self. I thought you would know what a capital offense is. I bet even Naruto there knows. Hinata and Lee both whirled to see Naruto running into the clearing, also in his new green attire. Hinata began panicking. Surely he hadn't heard them at all. He was just arriving. But that didn't mean he wasn't hiding, listening. What would he think of her? Sorry, Guy-sensei, I didn't catch that. Naruto ran up panting. He didn't seem aware at all that they had just been talking about him. Man, I'm the last one again. I thought I was doing good getting here early too. Naruto looked down in defeat. He had even ran again so as not to be the last. Not a problem, Naruto. First or last doesn't matter. The important thing is you're on time. I am so proud to see you in green clothes as well. You make me so happy as a teacher. Guy patted Naruto hard on the back, tears falling freely from his face. Naruto stumbled a little from his sensei's strong touch, but managed to stay on his feet. He would never admit it, but even he was still sore slightly from yesterday. Now we'll start the same as yesterday. Hinata, come with me. Lee makes sure Naruto still remembers his stance. I want it done 10 times right today. After that, continue where you left off. Lee saluted his sensei as Naruto groaned. Guy led Hinata to the other side of the clearing. 10 times. Man, this sucks. Naruto went into his stance and looked at Lee to get his criticism. Lee couldn't help it. He looked at Naruto and was immediately lost in thought. Was it worth just asking him? Probably not. They only knew each other for a day now. It would probably take a lot longer than that for Naruto to come out and trust him with such information. The looks definitely made him uncomfortable no matter how well he hid it. Come on, bushy brow, not again. Lee snapped out of it. You space out too much. You got some weird flames of youth or something. Lee smiled. Naruto wasn't quite up to him or Guy-sensei, but his talk was already getting there. Forgive me. I am pleased to tell you that your stance is perfect. Do your lap and get in it again. Lee was impressed. Naruto did it all 10 times without messing up. That was definitely not the results of a dead last. Perhaps just another sign that his teachers had truly misguided him. When Naruto was done, Lee did as his sensei instructed and they moved on to his drills. Tell me, Hinata. Do you know any of the moves other than the basic Juken style? Guy was pretty sure he knew the answer, but he might as well ask. As he figured, Hinata shook her head. What a shame, with a stance as solid as yours you were more than ready to learn more. Hinata lowered her head in shame. Thank you for your kind words, sensei, but only my clan can advance me farther in our style. They do not feel the same as you, however. Guy laughed. Hinata looked up in surprise. Was sensei making fun of her now? Did he agree with the clan? Fortunately for you, young Hinata, I happen to know a few of your clan's trade moves. I'm not called a taijutsu expert for nothing. Hinata was speechless. What her sensei said wasn't even possible. Guy must have caught her disbelief because he quickly added, of course it is impossible for me to use your techniques. Not even my abilities are so great. But I have enough of a general understanding to teach some of them to you. Hinata started to say, I don't think my clan would app. Your clan cannot dictate what I teach you. If they have any qualms, tell them to take it to my boss. You do know who my boss is, right? Hinata nodded. Good. While Guy would gladly take any youthful challenge from the Hyuga clan, he doubted Hinata would be too happy he was beating up her family. Although he doubted Neji would mind. Now tell me if you are familiar with the Juho Sashiken? Guy asked. Hinata again shook her head. It is a move where you gather chakra into your fists into the shape of a lion. It happens to be one of my favorite moves the Hyuga can use because it is more of a brute attack than other moves they use. It is also not hard to teach. The concept is simple, and while it is chakra consuming, I believe you can do it just fine. Hinata was impressed. Her sensei walked her step through step of the technique. At first Hinata had a hard to getting anything, but soon half her arms began to shimmer with chakra. Hinata felt something strange come over her as the chakra built up in intensity, and soon her arms appeared to be emblazed in blue fire. Hinata could only describe the feeling as accomplishment. She was actually learning one of her clan's techniques. She might be able to become the heir yet. Then her father would have to acknowledge her. Soon though, her chakra gave out and she was forced to rest for a while. I'm sorry, Sensei, Hinata said in between breaths. I will get this technique. Guy was impressed. Hinata showed a knack for the jutsu already. That and her confidence seemed to be coming out without the need of a push from anyone. No need to rush yourself, we have many training sessions to get it. For now let's spar lightly for the rest of the time. You can try more tomorrow. Hinata nodded. While she was disappointed that they couldn't continue this new move, Hinata knew her limits. She wasn't a stamina nut like Naruto. Thoughts of the boy brought a small blush to her face as she and Guy began sparring. Everything after that went the same through the end of that rotation and the next two. Hinata sparred against Lee for an hour, building her confidence. Meanwhile, Guy came at Naruto as he tried to make use of his clones. Naruto seemed to retain quite a bit of what they had practiced yesterday and was even now pulling off things Guy hadn't suggested. On the next rotation, Naruto had all but mastered the tree climbing exercise. Meanwhile, Lee and Guy went off to practice Lee's secret winning move. When Guy and Lee were done, they came back into the clearing to Naruto hanging upside down from the tree and a smiling Hinata. Excellent work, Naruto. Lee clapped for his teammate. Naruto rubbed the back of his head while he grinned happily down at them. And don't forget Hinata, Guy said as he put his hand on her shoulder. You were lucky to have such a great teacher, Naruto. Tomorrow you can now learn water walking. Whoa, really? That's awesome, you're the best, Hinata. Naruto jumped down from the tree and gave his teammate a hug. She promptly passed out. Naruto looked sheepishly at his sensei and other teammate. Guess I just don't know my own strength? They both shook their heads at his cluelessness. She must have been tired because they weren't able to rouse her until close to 11. She sat up groggily at first, but then seemed to become aware of the company she was with. She shot up fast from the chair at Ichiraku she was at. I am sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean. Slow down there, Hinata. Guy placed a hand on her shoulder to show he wasn't mad. I can only take the blame as your sensei. I should have realized that this new schedule would take some adjusting to. People don't get used to it overnight. Hinata nodded slowly after taking a few deep breaths. The blush was slowly leaving her face. We can take the rest of the day off if you'd. Hinata suddenly shook her head violently. No, I wish to continue. She surprised herself with the sternness in her voice. Her blush heated back up. Now Lee and Naruto were giving her a concerned look. They surely thought she was holding them back. Even if she wanted to continue. Guy needed no other convincing. Okay guys. You heard your teammate, we're heading to the Hokage Tower to get a mission. Yosh! A mission! Naruto and Lee rang out together. Lee gave Naruto a peculiar look, but Naruto just smiled back. Yosh, it's a cool word. He explained. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. I am just surprised and refreshed by how open-minded you are, Naruto. It is a great difference from that cold fish Neji. Naruto blanched at the name. They both laughed and started running off towards the tower. The rest of the assembled group just stared. They're so alike, it's frightening, Tsuchi muttered. Ayame giggled. I think it's cute, they're like brothers. Speaking of family, I was meaning to ask Tsuchi a dress guy who gave him his full attention. Is that Lee fellow your son? Hinata actually looked up curiously at that. She had been kind of wondering the same thing but decided not to ask. Guy's laugh boomed across Konoha. No, not my son. While Lee does look like me, the eyebrows are much too different. Mine are much thicker. Although Lee does try to imitate my daring good looks and I would give him an A+ on his attempt, there's just no comparing to the real deal. Everyone stared at Guy with an open mouth. A fly could have easily landed inside any of them. Well, Hinata, let's not fall too far behind. He took off, followed quickly by Hinata. I really hope Naruto doesn't turn out exactly like that Lee boy. Tsuchi muttered. They're good guys, but 2 is enough. I don't know, Dad, Naruto would look good with a blonde bowl cut, don't you think? Ayame laughed, but her father just kept staring down the spot his customers disappeared from. Naruto and Lee were dashing through the trees. Lee was going so fast he was almost a green blur. Naruto was also moving at great speeds, but he wasn't even close to Lee yet. There it is! Lee shouted. Where? I missed it! Naruto looked around on the ground. Suddenly he saw it. Just a little brown blur. Ah, I see it. It's going left, bushy brow, you jump ahead to cut it off, I'll stay behind it. Roger, good thinking, Naruto. With a great jump, Lee flew far ahead into the trees. Once he landed, he quickly turned around and dove. Naruto dove for the blur at the same time. It was trapped now. At least that's what they thought. The blur jumped high and with nothing in between, Naruto and Lee collided into each other. Hard. The blur, now distinctly a cat, landed nimbly on top of them both. Much too nimbly for its overweight self. It trotted off into Hinata's open arms as she looked in horror at that state of her teammates. Hey, are you alright? Hinata now petted the cat that was purring in her arms. That damn cat! I'll kill it! Naruto rose to his feet while holding his nose. Lee's head had connected with it and Naruto was sure he heard a crack. The cat hissed at Naruto. Lee just laid on the ground holding his head. I have fought bandits on C-rank missions that lacked a fire as intense as that feline's. What a truly worthy opponent to have in this village. Worthy is right. Guy landed on the ground near his team. You need to increase your weights again, Lee. That cat is faster than you yet. After this mission I will get you more. After that we can begin our afternoon training. Guy started leading the way back. I can't believe it took us 5 hours to locate and find that damn cat. Naruto was glaring daggers at the object of his speech. The cat all too eagerly returned to glare. Hinata knew it shouldn't have been funny. But the sight of Naruto with his bloody nose and a stare down with a cat made her giggle. Naruto for his part tried to look offended. What, you're on his side, aren't you? And no, Naruto-kun. I would never betray you. Hinata had taken him literally and the other context of her words caused her to blush deeply. I'm joking, it's okay, Hinata. I know you're too nice to do something like that. Naruto was oblivious, he simply thought he'd offended her. Lee watched them with an amused smile the whole way. The team sat breathlessly under a tree after their evening exercise. Guy stood over them smiling proudly, his chest heaving heavily thanks to his own rigorous workout. Naruto shivered slightly at the thought of what kind of training his sensei had to do to be able to wear out himself out like that. The man's energy had seemed even more vast than his own. Well, that was quite the workout. Naruto yawned tiredly as he stood up. I think I'm gonna go get me some ramen, you guys wanna join? Naruto looked at his teammates. Yosh! My fire is barely flickering, Naruto, I shall go home and to let it rekindle over the long night. Lee jumped up but stumbled. He had clearly overexerted himself with his increase in weights. Naruto looked at Hinata. I have a few things to do before I will return home, but I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Alright, I'll see you all tomorrow then. Naruto turned around and strolled off. They all watched him go. When he was just out of earshot, Guy spoke. Good luck with your hunt for knowledge. When they turned around, he was gone. How did he know? Hinata looked mystified. Simple, he is Guy-sensei. Enough said. Hinata looked over at Lee. So what is the plan? I will explain in a second. Lee began rummaging through his back pouch. Here we are. Lee pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. With a quick hand sign, a bag from the store yesterday was there. What is that? Hinata peered over curiously. This is the official start of our investigation. Lee whipped out a deerstalker cap, a magnifying glass, and a smoking pipe. Lee was soon blowing bubbles from the pipe and looking at the grass with his magnifying glass. I don't understand. Hinata stared blankly at Lee. It is elementary, my dear Hinata. Every detective needs a hat pipe and a magnifying glass. They cannot go detect stuff without it. Lee nodded at his own brilliant reasoning. Hinata just shook her head. The plan? Also elementary. Hinata wanted to groan. They were wasting time. We start at the library. Hinata wondered if the pipe helped him come up with such a genius plan. Hinata, come look at this. Hinata sighed for the umpteenth time that night. She had just found another book on types of seals and was setting down to read it. Lee was waving her over to the book he was looking at. Not that he could read it with his magnifying glass, making the words big and blurry. At least he was quiet, kind of. They had almost got kicked out upon entry thanks to her teammate. Naruto's birthday! Lee whispered as Hinata appeared next to him. Hinata looked at it curiously. I can't read it, Lee-senpai. Hinata tried to brush his glass out of the way. Lee just answered it for her. It is October 10th, 13 years ago. Hinata didn't need to ask now to know there was something special about that date. Everyone knew it was the day the Kyuubi attacked. Did it have something to do with Naruto? What are you thinking? Hinata looked at Lee expectantly. It should be treated as a clue even if it is not related. Everyone knows the Yondaime killed it. It would at least explain why Naruto's parents are dead. Lots of orphans were made because of that fox. Lee didn't say it, but he was one of them. Have you found anything on his parents? Hinata was curious now. She had never heard Naruto mention them at all. She would have at least expected him to brag about his parents being awesome ninja every once in a while, but she wondered if he even knew their names sometimes. What Lee said next only confirmed her theory and confused her even more. It is strange. I looked up the last name Uzumaki, but his is the only one in the village. From what I have gathered, the Uzumakis were a clan of seal masters from the Whirlpool country. This startled Hinata quite a bit. Was Naruto a foreigner? Then it hit her. You said were? Hinata didn't like the implications of that. Yeah, they were wiped out. Other villages feared their power, so they just killed them. Then wouldn't that explain why Naruto is hated? Hinata asked it, but even she had her doubts on this theory. Not likely. Supposedly the Shodai Hokage was also married to an Uzumaki. We were on good terms with them. That at least explains why we would have saved someone like Naruto. Lee's head was starting to hurt. There was more to Naruto than he had first thought possible. Maybe they feared the people that wiped out the clan would come looking here? Hinata couldn't stop thinking of possibilities. Without even realizing it, she said that last one. Maybe we need more information. Did you find anything on seals? Hinata shook her head. Nothing as complex as what he has. I just started this one, but so far I don't recognize his at all. She was feeling useless. Compared to Lee, she had found nothing. Maybe it was the hat? She stomped the thought before it got any further. And the plot thickens. Lee scratched his chin thoughtfully. Let us end here tonight. We should start asking people Naruto knows after one more day here. Hinata nodded. She was tired and they had training early again. So with that they retired their search for the night. They both arrived the next morning with bags under their eyes. Neither of them had slept well at all from all the thoughts of Naruto running through their heads. Guy and Naruto both couldn't help but worry for the two of them. Guy-sensei, what do you think happened to them? They were now on their second rotation and Guy was beating at his clones. I never thought I'd see Bushy-brow tired for morning training. Naruto added. Yes, it is quite disturbing. I wouldn't trouble yourself too much with it, they'll be back to normal tomorrow. Guy wasn't going to say anything, but he had a good idea what it cost them their sleep. Soon it was time for Hinata to teach Naruto water walking. They went to a nearby riverbank as instructed by Guy-sensei. Okay Hinata, what do I gotta do? Naruto peered anxiously at the water.
What?
Hinata asked. She had gotten lost in thought on the way over. She hadn't even realized they were there and missed Naruto's question. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, what did you say? Naruto stared at her closely for a minute. Hinata could have sworn she saw the gears turning in his head. He was debating something. He finally just repeated his question. What gotta do to walk on water? Hinata couldn't help but wonder what other thoughts and possible questions had run through his head. What made her more nervous was the fact that he didn't ask them. Naruto usually asked whatever was on his mind. She put her own questions aside for later. Walking on water requires a steady stream of chakra. A lot more is used than when you walked on the trees, but in a way this should make it easier for you. Hinata explained. So just channel chakra into your feet and I will tell you if it is too much same as with the trees. Naruto nodded excitedly and began channeling his chakra. To Hinata's great surprise, it was far too little this time. More than needed to walk on trees, but not enough to walk on water. This spoke volumes for his increased chakra control. More chakra, Naruto-kun, she told him quietly. Right, will do. Naruto channeled a little more until Hinata told him it was all right. Naruto then took a hesitant step into the water. He didn't sink. Naruto placed his other foot in. Hey, I got this. Naruto went to take another step but lost his balance. He fell face first into the water. He walked out spitting water from his mouth. What the hell happened? He sat down pouting like a little child. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at his reaction. The funny way Naruto did everything could always make her laugh. Naruto looked at her and smiled slightly. He liked getting people to laugh. Hinata began to explain what had happened. When you lifted one foot, you increased the flow of chakra onto the other foot. This caused you to slip. It's a common first mistake. Hinata would know she had taken a while to get it herself. It didn't help that she was only 5 when she was being taught. I get it, let's go again. Naruto stood up but paused. He then started to take his jacket off. And Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed and turned around quickly. She knew he wasn't doing anything provocative, but she couldn't help it. Naruto turned and suddenly blushed a little himself. Sorry Hinata, I can keep my shirt on if you want. Hinata shook her head quickly, so Naruto just shrugged. He didn't want to get his clothes more wet. Well, please watch me channel my chakra. Alright. Hinata took a few calming breaths and turned around. She nearly gasped. There it was. Naruto's seal opened completely to her sight now. She studied it for a second before she realized Naruto was eyeing her wearily. Realizing she was caught, she figured she had to say something now. That is an interesting tattoo, she said slowly, watching Naruto's reaction. He had been very tense, but some of it seemed to leave as she spoke. She realized she had to ask. She wouldn't get a chance like this again. It almost looks like a seal, but I've never seen one like it. She had meant the statement to come across as offhand, but Naruto seemed immediately on guard again. If it is a seal, I wouldn't know. I've had it as long as I can remember. Naruto was talking slowly, carefully, Hinata realized. As far as she could tell, he wasn't lying though. Maybe he didn't really know. I always thought it was rather cool looking, right? I'm a real badass with this. Naruto laughed, but Hinata could hear how nervous it was. So she forced herself to giggle too. He looked satisfied. Could she do anything to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable? Now watch me master this. Naruto started walking to the water. Naruto-kun, don't. Hinata shouted too late. Naruto was airborne. He landed painfully on the ground. It was exactly like his first attempt at tree climbing. Right! Less chakra this time. Naruto jumped to his feet and Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes Naruto seemed invincible. Just maybe not emotionally. He was so guarded. In some ways even more so than herself. That left Hinata a great deal to ponder on. Lee and Hinata walked through the streets of Konoha together again. Lee had his deerstalker on and the pipe was in his mouth. They were almost to the library when Hinata stopped. Lee turned and peered at his teammate. What is it? He asked. Lee-senpai, I don't think we're going to find what we need here. Hinata couldn't be sure. But having looked at Naruto's actual seal, she started to think it was much too complex to be in the library. I say we just go to asking people close to Naruto. Lee stared at her curiously for a minute before nodding. I suppose you were right. We may cover more ground this way. We can always resort to the library later. So who do we start with? Hinata thought for a second before she knew who was first. Iruka-sensei was an instructor at the academy and the only one to show Naruto-kun any kindness. He's definitely our best bet. Right then, let us go. Lee started walking down the street. Lee-senpai. Yes, Hinata? The academy's that way. Hinata pointed in the opposite direction Lee was walking. Right! To the academy. Lee was now off in the right direction and embarrassed Hinata following behind him. Iruka saw quite a few of his students that had graduated in the past. In fact, he had already treated Naruto up the other night. It was nice to see his students and ask how they were doing in the ninja world. One student he never expected to see, though, especially in his classroom again, was Hyuga Hinata. Not that he minded, he liked Hinata. She was quite a great student. However, he couldn't fathom why she had to bring Guy's miniature clone with her. Nor could he imagine why said clone was wearing a hat and blowing bubbles out of a pipe. Sensei, we have a question. Lee wasted no time. Iruka had to wince. This boy was exactly like his sensei, right down to the loud voice. Well, I'm an academy instructor. I would be happy to answer any questions you have. Iruka smiled in what he hoped was sincere at the spandex-wearing ninja. Yes, why does everyone hate Naruto? Iruka had to rethink his last statement. He would have happily answered any question but that one. He sighed and looked warily at the two students in front of him. To his surprise, even Hinata looked incredibly determined about this. Well, you know, Naruto ruined a lot of buildings, with all Iruka had started to say. We know it's not pranks, Sensei. The hostility is too much for something like that. Iruka was surprised. It was Hinata who had cut him off. Iruka was stuck now. He didn't know what to say. They were clearly onto something. You cannot tell us either. Is it because of that capo offense? Lee had to find a way to get something from him. At least tell us if Naruto knows why he is hated. Iruka sighed again. These kids knew more than he thought. They had apparently been doing other research. Yes, he knows. Iruka neglected the first question altogether. That was more than enough for them, though. They both bowed low. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, they said in unison before getting up and leaving. Iruka stared at the door in which they left. He really hoped that when they found out the truth they would accept him anyways. It was apparent they at least cared for now. Hinata and Lee walked dejectedly now from the academy building. That law has pretty much screwed us. Lee announced his thoughts aloud. Hinata only nodded. She had been thinking a similar thing. With that law, everyone else they could have asked was knocked out. Except maybe the Hokage himself, but they couldn't go there. Now there was only one person she could turn to. She wouldn't be able to do it with Lee this time, though. She would truly be on her own. Lee-senpai. Lee looked at her curiously. Her voice quivered a little when she spoke next. Tomorrow go to the library without me. What, where will you be? Please do not tell me you are giving up. Lee stopped and put his hand on Hinata's shoulder. We need to do this together. For Naruto, remember? Hinata shook her head fiercely. I will never give up on this. No, tomorrow I'm going to ask my father. Hyuga Hayashi was known by the rest of the village as a strict man. He couldn't agree more with them. Of course he was strict. The duties of his clan forced him to be. It was this strictness that had caused him to all but abandon his first daughter so he could focus on his second-born, who showed much more skill in the Hyuga ways. Hinata had been too weak. She lacked resolve. Something Hayashi was sure she would never gain. So when she called to meet with him, he was more than just a little surprised by the intense look in her eyes. Something had happened. He hoped to find out in this conversation what it was. Father, there is something important I wish to discuss with you. Hayashi almost visibly raised an eyebrow. Now her stutter was gone too. What was going on with his daughter? Then speak. You wouldn't have called me if there wasn't something to discuss. You were wasting my time. Hayashi wanted to see if he could bring out his daughter's nerves. Find out if they were really gone for good. It is in regards to my teammate. I'm concerned about the treatment he gets from the rest of the village, my own clan included. Now Hayashi was really curious. Not only had his attempt to bring her down been a failure, but she wanted to talk to him about her teammate. What did her teammate have to do with the clan? Who were her teammates anyway? Hayashi realized he hadn't even bothered to ask who she was teamed up with. Just another part of the exile of his daughter. He practically didn't talk to her anymore. He had missed a lot, he realized. Yes, her teammates. Who are they again? He watched his daughter narrow her eyes the slightest of a fraction. It would have been lost on anyone else but him. She had apparently not missed that he didn't know her teammates to begin with. Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto. Hayashi knocked over his tea. Uzumaki Naruto? Now her questions made sense. The treatment of the boy was obvious. But what was her angle? Why did she want to know? The tea he had spilt was the last thing on his mind now. I could arrange for your teams to be switched. He started slowly. If you were concerned with being on his team. That is precisely the problem. Hinata was now visibly upset from his suggestion. Excuse me? Hayashi couldn't help it. He didn't understand his daughter's statement. You all just assume that he should be exiled. You don't think about him as a person at all. You just look at him like he's some sort of monster. I'm sick of you all treating Naruto-kun that way. I want to know why. Hinata started panting heavily, then she quickly regained her composure. Naruto-kun? How close was his daughter to this boy? The longer this conversation, the more questions Hayashi was going to end up having. I can't explain it to you. Hayashi was going to say more, but his daughter cut him off. That law extends even into the Hyuga clan? Just what exactly is the law around Naruto-kun? Hayashi's mouth was agape. Not even Hanabi would dare cut him off while he was talking. What's more, Hinata knew of the law. At least that there was one. He realized he had to end this conversation fast. I will answer this one question, but the conversation is over after this. Hinata nodded ever so slightly. At least she was willing to compromise. Shortly after Naruto was born, a law was passed that we are not to speak of what causes us to hate him. This was to keep your generation from knowing. He was supposed to live happily. Instead, all the parents of your generation told their children to hate the boy, but not why. So they did. The law was a failure, but it is still in place and punishable by death. The only one who can tell you is the boy himself. Thank you, father. Hinata stood and left the room. Hayashi rubbed his temples. He had missed so much with his daughter. It was obvious that this Naruto boy was the reason for this drastic change. Hayashi could only hope that it continued. Even if he didn't like the boy. He looked down. He could think about that later. He had tea to clean. When Hinata closed the door, she took a deep breath. That may have been the hardest thing she had done her whole life. She had been constantly afraid of her father to snap at her, call her worthless, something, anything, but what happened? Instead, it had been her father who broke composure and knocked over his tea. While she didn't get the answer she wanted, she at least got another puzzle piece she would have to tell Lee tomorrow morning. Lee and Hinata settled into their fighting stances. Hinata launched herself at him. She swung hard, but Lee ducked and performed a leg sweep. Hinata backflipped out of the way. When she landed, she swung low this time. Lee stepped out of the way and brought his knee up to connect with her stomach. Hinata jumped over the knee and rolled on the ground. When she got back up, Lee was coming at her again. Hinata smiled. Now was her chance to tell him she had another puzzle piece. He would be caught off guard and she could land a hit. I figured out his secret. Hinata stumbled. Did Lee really just say that? She didn't have time to think about it as Lee clocked her in the side of the head. Hinata dropped hard. Lee settled down on the grass and smiled proudly at her. Hinata ignored the throbbing pain in her head as she sat up. She had to know. You figured. Sure did. Lee gave her the thumbs up. I know exactly why the village fears him now. Hinata couldn't take the suspense. Well, what is it? She asked in a hushed whisper. Naruto, as Lee paused for dramatic effect. Yes, what? Hinata leaned in even closer. A human exploding tag. Hinata stared at him for a minute, her mouth hung open. Really? That was what he'd come up with? She suddenly couldn't believe she had gotten excited for that. It figured. Lee must have saw the doubt because he started talking quickly. Look, it makes sense. We could not find what seal was in the book, probably because it was forbidden. A seal that blows you up is bound to be forbidden. I mean, that is why parents tell us to stay away from him. They fear he could blow up at any time. They are scared. It also explains the dogs. You know how they get scared before a storm because they can sense it? It is the same here. What about the law? Hinata seethed. For the first time in her life, she found it hard to control her temper. What about everyone calling him a demon? How did those fit into your brilliant idea? It's a work in progress, but listen, I think we're heading in the right direction. Lee was starting to get nervous. Hinata was looking pissed. Hinata sighed. You're right, Lee-senpai. She smiled sweetly at him. I am? Lee didn't like that smile. Of course, let's spare some more now. Hinata stood slowly and settled into her stance. Lee gulped. He had a feeling the rest of his time with Hinata was going to be painful. Naruto walked slowly through the streets of Konoha. It was 5:30 in the morning. Today was Sunday, and as Guy-sensei had explained the night before, they would have every Sunday off completely to themselves. Naruto had cheered at this announcement. While he liked his new team a lot and all the training was great, he needed time off. He would at least enjoy sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. At least that was what he thought. Yet he found himself up at 4:45. Try as he might, he just couldn't force himself back into sleep. So he gave up and decided to walk around the village. As Naruto soon discovered, the village was boring at 5 in the morning. No one was up, and as such there was no activity. At least no one was glaring at him. Without even thinking about it, Naruto walked into the training ground where his team always met up. To his surprise, Hinata was also standing there. Her back was turned and she hadn't noticed him yet. So he got her attention. "Yo, Hinata! You couldn't sleep either?" Naruto didn't think he had been quite that loud, at least compared to Guy-sensei, but Hinata jumped and squeaked in surprise. She turned around and waited for Naruto to walk up to her. "Good morning, Naruto-kun." Hinata bowed and smiled slightly at him. "No, I couldn't sleep. It just doesn't feel right anymore. I unconsciously ended up here." Naruto chuckled at what she said. "That's pretty funny, the same thing happened to me. It's so boring in this village in the morning. I wonder what Bushy-brow and Guy-sensei do. They are probably running laps around the village." Naruto laughed hard at Hinata's answer. She blushed after she spoke. When had she gotten so good at just talking to Naruto? A week ago it was so hard just to stand close to him. "You're really funny, Hinata. I never would have guessed that before. You were always so quiet and weird when we were in class." Hinata looked down as Naruto spoke. He thought she was weird? But he had also just said she was funny. His opinion must have changed, right? Hinata wanted to laugh. She never would have thought that second part a week ago. She would always stop at the negative parts, but lately it was getting easier for her to think more positive thoughts. "You know what else is kind of funny?" Naruto said. "A week ago everything seemed so different. It feels like I'm a completely different person now." Hinata smiled again. "I was thinking the same thing just now. I'm glad to have been placed on a team with them. And more importantly, on a team with you," Hinata added in her head. She didn't have near enough confidence yet to say it aloud. Maybe someday soon she would. She could only hope. Naruto gave Hinata a big smile. She was so much different from Sakura. Hinata never hit him or yelled at him. She was really nice. Thoughts of Sakura almost immediately brought him down. He had told Lee that he would give up on her, but it was proving hard to do. Feelings just didn't disappear. Thinking of that bet brought up another thought. He needed to get Lee a girlfriend still. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. He knew how he could spend the day. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted suddenly. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her right in the eyes. "Yes!" Naruto's shout caught her off guard and she found his look very unnerving. "I have a very important question to ask you, please answer me honestly." Naruto's voice was deadly serious. "Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I won't be upset if you say no." Hinata's mind was spinning. A question? It wasn't possible. Did Naruto want to ask her out on a date? It was all developing too fast. Visions of Naruto and herself holding hands, going to the movies and eating together came into her mind almost too fast to comprehend. "Will you go out with?" Here it came. All she had to do was say yes. Hopefully she didn't pass out. "Bushy-brow." Naruto finished. "You ate who?" "Lee-senpai." Hinata didn't understand. What had just happened? Naruto thought she liked Lee? That wasn't possible. Had he noticed them spending time together? Yeah, Lee Bushy-brow, same thing. "You remember I promised to get him a girlfriend? Well, that's what I'm gonna do today. I will get Bushy-brow his first date. It'll make things really easy if you like him though. The only thing I'll have to do is find him." Naruto nodded happily to himself while it all clicked together for Hinata. Naruto didn't want to go out with her. But he also didn't think she liked Lee. He was just making good on his promise. That meant Hinata wasn't doomed to failure yet. "Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I don't like Lee-senpai that way." Hinata pressed her index fingers together. "There is someone I already like." She said it. Maybe he would pick up on it. Naruto's brow furrowed as he looked at her. "You like Sasuke too, huh?" Not a big surprise though. All the girls like that jerk. Hinata's mouth was agape that had not gone as planned. It was time to backtrack. Her heart wouldn't be able to take this much longer. "I don't like Sasuke-san." She tried to say more, but her mouth stopped working on her. Really? Naruto looked at her suspiciously for a moment. Then he smiled brightly at her. That's right, you're way too smart to like someone like him. He wouldn't treat you right anyway. A nice girl like you deserves much better. Naruto gave her an imitation of their sensei's nice guy pose. To her surprise, his smile even seemed to glow slightly. Hinata felt her face heating up at Naruto's praise. Alright, well, that knocks you and Sakura-chan out for girlfriend candidates. We're going to have to wait a while, but once the day gets going I know just the girl to ask next. Naruto nodded to himself while all his brilliant ideas whirled. W.E.? Hinata was pressing her index fingers together again. Naruto stopped his plotting to look at Hinata. Sorry, Hinata. You don't have to spend the day with me helping. I'll do it! Hinata surprised them both. She hadn't meant to, but at the word stay with me she couldn't help herself. She would have given anything for a chance like this a week ago. Now that the chance just fell into her palm, she wouldn't let it go no matter what happened. Awesome, you really are the best, Hinata. It'll be way easier to convince Ino with another girl around. Naruto started walking away from the training ground. Hinata jogged up to him and then fell into pace with his walk. Did you just say Ino? Hinata definitely had her doubts about that. It was going to end up exactly like what had happened with Sakura. Maybe worse. Of course. Ino is a perfect start. I know right where they'll be at 10 anyways. They were now back into the open streets. Hinata wasn't even sure if he had a current destination in mind. 10 o'clock was still 4 hours away. How do you know that, Naruto-kun? Hinata couldn't figure out how Naruto would know something like that. She knew he liked Sakura, but maybe he liked Ino too? Hinata shook her head. Naruto was definitely not like that. Simple, the only person with a bigger appetite than me is Choji, and he eats at the same place every morning at 10. He used to just drag Shikamaru there, but now I hear it's the whole team's meeting spot. Hinata wanted to know where Naruto had learned this as well. Soon the two fell into a repeated pattern. Hinata would ask Naruto a question and he would spout out answers. Sometimes he would rant on for half an hour. This continued as they walked through the village, occasionally taking a rest at a bench on the streets. Hinata couldn't ever remember having talked or laughed for that matter so much in her whole life. Even just this short few hours with Naruto made her forget all about her problems. It was 10 o'clock, much too soon for Hinata's taste. She had really enjoyed the morning, but now it was down to business. The hunt for Lee's girlfriend was on. She just wished it didn't have to start with Ino. Hinata looked up at the Korean barbecue they now stood in front of. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about entering. The last time Naruto had entered a restaurant, things hadn't gone too well. Naruto, in a rare moment of insight, picked up on her unease. Don't worry, whenever I skipped class with Choji we would end up here. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. She had been under the impression that he had always been alone. She didn't know when he had cut class it had ever been with anyone else. Then again, there were a lot of things about Naruto she didn't know. Her train of thought was interrupted as she noticed he was going in. Naruto pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Hinata. Looking around, Naruto found exactly the people he was looking for. Just as predicted. Hinata was surprised. She had actually not expected to see Ino here. But here she was, albeit she didn't look happy about it, with her teammates and the one Hinata assumed was their sensei. Naruto walked on over. What's up, guys? Long time no see. Team 10 looked up at Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru groaned while Choji ate his food a little faster. Like he was afraid Naruto was going to take some. Hinata almost giggled at the thought. Their sensei was the only one to actually reply. Hey there, kid, the name's Asuma. I see you know my young students here. So tell me, to what do we owe you this pleasure? Asuma watched Naruto carefully. He was well aware of the boy's reputation as a prankster. He didn't want to end up on the receiving end of his pranks. Actually, I'm here to talk with Ino. Naruto pointed to the blonde girl. What, me? Why me? Can't you bug Shikamaru? Ino looked shocked. Her mentioned teammate said something about troublesome blondes, but she decided to ignore it for the moment. This new development was much more curious. Naruto had never really talked to her. The only girl Naruto ever really looked at was Sakura. Maybe it was a jealousy approach to win her over. Ino wanted no part of it. Then she noticed Hinata. Naruto was pulling out a team picture that they had taken just a couple days ago. Naruto loved this picture. He had one in a frame at home. He had made a copy though so she could show the girls just who Lee was. Not that looks were a great approach, but the girl who accepted might as well know what they were in for. Oh ho! Hino was now in between Naruto and Hinata. Naruto hadn't even seen her move and jumped when she spoke up. He almost dropped his picture in surprise. This sure is cute. The two of you on a date, huh? Hinata blushed heavily and suddenly found her feet very interesting. He even dressed similarly. You two are just so adorable. Hino squealed to herself. We're not on a date. Naruto deadpanned. Hino nearly fell over. Then why the hell are you here? I thought maybe you were going to ask me about getting her flowers. Hino was getting pissed. Just what did this kid want? I want you to go out with someone, Naruto said in his serious voice. What? Who? Is he good looking? Is it Sasuke-kun? Naruto's seriousness caught her off guard and she found she couldn't help but be a little curious. This guy right here. Naruto indicated to the part of the picture Lee was in and Ino peered curiously. His name is Rock Lee and Naruto never got to finish his sentence as Ino sent him out the window. Naruto landed painfully on his back outside the restaurant. Thankfully it was an open window with no glass. Is this some kind of joke, Naruto? I should kill you. Yep, she was pissed. Naruto had expected as much, but he had been hoping. Hinata quickly ran around from the side of the restaurant to him. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She bent over him and offered her hand to help him up. Naruto grabbed it and just as he got up he saw Ino Kunai drawn stepping out the window. Time to go, Hinata. Without letting go of her hand he took off down the streets pulling Hinata along the whole way. They weaved through the streets that were steadily filling with people. They didn't have to go many blocks though before Naruto decided it was safe enough. Phew, that sure was close. I really thought she was going to kill me. Right, Hinata? Hinata? Hinata's voice wouldn't work. For that matter, her brain wouldn't work. The only thought that kept running in her head was I'm holding hands with Naruto-kun. Hinata could have died right there and she would have been content. Naruto just then realized they were still holding hands and immediately let go. Sorry, Hinata. I didn't even realize Naruto couldn't think how to finish. He was too scared. If he had done that to Sakura he would have been 6 feet under by now. Surely Hinata was going to snap at any second. With the warmth of his hand gone, Hinata managed to find her voice. I don't mind Naruto-kun. Naruto was astonished. She wasn't going to kill him? You don't? Are you sure you're not mad? Your face is pretty red. Hinata shook her head. I wouldn't get mad over something like that, Naruto-kun. I'm not like Sakura-san. Hinata wasn't sure why she said Sakura's name, but it came out. Suddenly she couldn't help it, she had to say it. I don't see why you like her so much anyways. She is always so cruel to you. Naruto was suddenly very quiet. Hinata regretted what she said and was about to apologize when Naruto answered. She didn't really have any friends. I mean, at first she had Ino, but they stopped talking. No one really liked her. Everyone made fun of her forehead. It wasn't something she had any control over, but they ripped on her for it and refused to hang out with her. I felt we were alike. So I decided I liked her. Because we are similar. Naruto stared at the street the whole time he talked. I always thought you and I were similar. Hinata's words caused Naruto to look up in surprise. Hinata steeled her nerves and kept talking. You were shunned by the whole village. I was shunned by my whole clan. I want nothing more than to become the clan heiress and be acknowledged by everyone in the clan, especially by my father. Just like how you want to become Hokage so the whole village will acknowledge you. It was Hinata who was now staring at the street. Naruto was shocked. He had never known that about Hinata. He always thought she had got on really well with her family. To think that they treated her like the village treated him made him angry. Your family is a bunch of morons. Hinata now looked up. Anyone who would treat you the nicest person I know like garbage are the lowest form of scum I can think of. No one treats my teammate that way. Naruto stopped walking and Hinata followed suit. Naruto stuck his fist out towards Hinata. I vow with all my power that I'll do everything I can so that we both accomplish our dreams and get accepted by the people we want it from. Hinata almost couldn't hold it in. She was so close to crying, but she couldn't do that in front of Naruto. He made her so happy, the last thing she wanted was for him to think he was making her sad. So she smiled at him instead. She knocked her fist into his. I make the same vow. We will be accepted. She whispered. Then a third fist knocked into theirs. This one came from Konohamaru, who stood just below them. I don't know what kind of vow we're making, but I swear to it as well, boss. Suddenly 2 more fists knocked into theirs and Naruto turned to see Moegi and Udon had joined them as well. The sight of the new arrivals reminded Naruto of his original goal. How fortunate that his next target would come right to him. Moegi, it's good to see you. Naruto squatted down and put a hand on Moegi's shoulder. Oh, what's up with that, boss? Don't ignore me. Konohamaru whined and tugged on Naruto's sleeve. Naruto ignored him anyway. Tell me you wouldn't happen to have a crush on anyone at the moment, would you? Moegi looked down and blushed at her feet. Boss, she started. Yeah? The anticipation was killing him. Boys have cooties. Naruto fell backwards. Never mind, let's go, Hinata. Naruto got up and started walking off. A very perturbed Hinata walking after him. The Konohamaru Corps just stared at them curiously as the two walked off. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked after a hesitant second. Yeah? Naruto gave her a quick glance. Did you really just try to set Lee-senpai up with that little girl? Hinata had felt herself lose a little respect for Naruto at that moment. No, of course not. Naruto waved it off. Hey, is that who I think it is? Naruto asked suddenly. Don't change the subject, Naruto-kun. There are laws you can. No. Bushi Brow's old teammate. 9-9 or something like that. Naruto pointed to where he was looking. You mean Tenten? Hinata shook her head. Sometimes she had to remind herself why she loved him. Yeah, that's her name. Quick, we can't let her get away. Naruto took off after her. Hinata of course followed. But not before making another vow to continue this conversation later. Hey Tenten, wait up. Naruto roared through the crowd. Hearing her name, Tenten turned around to see both of Lee's new teammates running up to her. She smiled at them. She had actually been hoping to run into them sometime. Although she figured Lee would be with them. Caught up to you. Naruto stopped just in front of her. Good morning, Tenten-san, Hinata said as she caught up. Morning there, you too. How have you been adjusting to Gai-sensei's workout? Tenten looked them up and down. They had already changed their clothes to green since she'd last seen them. It's tough getting up at 5 every morning was a pain at first, but we're getting it. Exercising after those missions though always leaves a burn. Naruto replied calmly, but Tenten's mouth fell open. You mean you guys actually go through that ridiculous schedule he has Lee doing? Tenten was horrified. She didn't think anyone could possibly keep up with those two. Of course. Didn't you? Hinata was curious now. While she knew Neji didn't go through with it, she had at least assumed Tenten had. No way! That is insane. Who needs to work that much? Besides, I'm a weapons specialist. Best in my class. I don't need to learn that kind of taijutsu. Tenten shook her head at the two in front of her. You're a genius too. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at Tenten. Well, I'm no Neji, but I guess some would call me that I've always been gifted with good accuracy. She had a feeling Naruto wasn't a fan of geniuses, but there was no denying it to him. Then I challenge you to one-on-one combat. Naruto shouted. If I win, you have to agree to go on a date with Bushy Brow. A minute of silence passed between the genin. Bushy Brow? Tenten had to ask. You know Lee. Naruto shouted. Did no one see the eyebrows? Tenten thought for another second. And if I win, you agree to do one thing I say? Naruto had not anticipated that. Whatever though. She had accepted. Good enough for him. Alright, let's do this. Naruto shouted and formed the ram seal. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered to him. What is it, Hinata? I'm about to fight here. Naruto looked at Tenten and saw she too was looking at him oddly. We're still in the middle of the street, people are staring. Naruto looked around to confirm what Hinata had said. As usual, she was right. Of course, to the training ground. Naruto walked off much too proudly. Hinata and now a laughing Tenten followed. This was going to be easier than she thought. 15 minutes later, Naruto and Tenten stood facing each other in Team Guy's typical clearing. Sure you want to do this? Tenten asked. I don't want to humiliate you in front of your girlfriend. I won't be the one humiliated. That person is you. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Naruto formed his favorite seal and 3 clones popped into existence. Charge! They all started running towards Tenten. Shadow clones, huh? Tenten remarked calmly. Well, this will be interesting. She pulled out a scroll and made a hand sign. The clones stopped fast and watched wearily for her jutsu. A Kuzurigama popped up. Tenten grabbed it and placed the scroll back in her pouch. The weapon consisted of a small kama on one end with a weighted ball attached to a lengthy chain on the other. I'll give you a handicap, she announced. This weapon here is the only one I'll use. She dropped the weighted end and began swinging it around from its chain. Don't underestimate me. All the clones rang out. With one fluid motion they all hurled a kunai at Tenten. Still swinging the ball, she easily deflected all the kunai skyward. As each one fell downward, she nailed them with the kama and sent them flying at the Narutos. The handle of the kunai knocked them each in the forehead protector. All but one was extinguished. Tenten launched herself at Naruto and swung the blade down. Damn! Naruto cursed and formed the seal again. A clone popped up behind himself. The clone grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled him backwards, throwing him into the air and safely out of Tenten's swing. Not so fast. Tenten swung the ball again, beaming the new clone, which popped quickly out. Naruto was still in midair from the way his clone had thrown him. Making another clone underneath himself, Naruto angled his feet so he could jump off of it. Adding a little chakra to his feet, Naruto launched skywards. He pulled out 3 shuriken and whipped them down at his target. Didn't you learn last time? Tenten knocked all 3 back at Naruto as he started his fall. With no way to dodge, he made another clone which intercepted the attack and popped. Naruto made 2 more that caught him before he hit the ground. You're not bad at defending, Tenten taunted. Is that all Gai-sensei has taught you, how to do hide behind your clones? Naruto smirked. He taught me more than that. He also taught me that surprises can kill. Suddenly the clone Naruto had jumped off, grabbed onto Tenten from behind. Gotcha now. The clone had her arms locked. Tenten struggled to get free, but the clone had an iron grip on her. The other 3 Narutos started to charge her now. Tenten thought fast. Fortunately for her, Naruto was much shorter than her and his clone's feet weren't on the ground. That meant he couldn't anchor himself to it. Tenten pushed the chakra into her feet and launched herself upwards, clone and all. The clone clearly had not expected that and loosened his grip just for a second. It was enough though for Tenten to break free. With a spinning kick, she sent it crashing down onto the other Narutos. Still in the air, she began spinning the ball again. Naruto lost all his clones and was bowled over himself from the shock of the impact. He was just getting to his feet when the chain began spinning around him. It quickly wrapped itself around the young genin and he toppled over. Tenten then landed roughly on top of him and pushed her blade to his throat. My win! She grinned coyly down at her captive. Naruto-kun! Hinata ran up to her blonde teammate, worry apparent in her eyes. Don't worry, Hinata. Naruto gasped out. It was hard for him to breathe with the chain wrapped tightly around his body and a girl sitting on top of him. I'm alright. You got spirit, I'll give you that, Tenten remarked as she stepped off of him. She summoned the weapon back into her scroll and then offered Naruto a helping hand. Naruto ignored it and slowly got to his feet, gasping hard. Hinata wanted badly to go over to him and lend him her shoulder, but she didn't want to further hurt his pride. Tenten had got him pretty good. Naruto-kun, she said quietly to herself. Not quietly enough though, because Naruto heard her. Hey, don't worry about it, Hinata. Stuff like this is nothing new to me. Naruto gave her a smile that she instantly knew was fake. That loss is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a genin a year ahead of you. Of course there is going to be a gap. The important thing is you caught me off guard with that clone. Not even Sasuke-san has managed to get me like that yet. I did better than Sasuke? Naruto looked up with a new sense of pride in his eyes. Knowing he did better than that jerk was the best news he had heard all day. Tenten smiled. Don't let it go to your head though, I still kicked your ass. Now I believe you owe me a favor. Naruto gulped. He couldn't imagine what this girl would ask of him. Tenten stepped closer and put a hand on both Naruto and Hinata's shoulders. Naruto was really nervous now. She had a really serious look on her face. Take good care of Lee for me. I know it may not seem it, but I worry about the guy. He was a good teammate and I'm trusting you guys to keep him happy for me. Naruto let out an instant sigh of relief. That was it? He smiled broadly at her. No problem. Bushy Brow is our friend too. There's no way we'd let something happen to him. Hinata nodded her agreement. Tenten smiled again. I'm glad to hear it. Now go find him a good girlfriend. Yes! Naruto and Hinata said together. The 2 teammates now sat dejected at Ichiraku's. Every idea so far had failed. Sure, they'd only tried 4 girls. 5 if you counted Hinata. Yet nothing had worked out at all and now they were out of girls they knew. This sucks. Naruto voiced their thoughts for them. I mean, sure, he dresses a little strange, but they didn't give him a chance at all. I mean really? Who believes in cooties anymore? I thought only girls were supposed to have that anyway. Naruto ranted. Please don't bring up Moegi-chan. Hinata muttered darkly. She had still not entirely forgiven Naruto for that, although she had kept her word and talked to him about it already. Sorry. Naruto mumbled. Even Hinata was scary when mad. At least she hadn't hit him. What seems to be troubling two of my favorite customers. Tucci had just arrived from the back to see the two depressed genin. No girl will give Bushy Brow the time of day, Naruto exclaimed. He's a great guy. If only someone would give him a chance, they would see that. Naruto was back to his rant. Bushy Brow? Tucci scratched his head. That older teammate of yours? He needs a date? I promised I'd get him one, but so far I got nothing. Naruto hit his head on the counter. I may be able to help you out. Tucci smiled evilly at his daughter as she emerged. What's with that look? Ayame definitely didn't like it. Naruto and Hinata stood on the edge of the village. They had finally got Lee a date, but to their horror realized they had no idea where Lee was at all. Now they had less than a half an hour to find him and get him there. They had checked everywhere they could think of, and this was their last bet. Hopefully their crazy teammate was running laps around the village. They actually didn't have to wait long for their teammate to come running into sight. They both released a breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Lee smiled brightly when he saw his teammates. My youthful compatriots. How bright it makes my day to meet you here. Perhaps you have been running laps as well? Bushy Brow, listen up, we gotta hurry, Naruto said urgently. Lee caught the urgency in his voice and became serious. Do not tell me someone is hurt. The village is not under attack, is it? No, we got you a date. But if you don't get to Ichiraku soon, you're going to be late. The urgency still very much in Naruto's voice. Huh? Lee said stupidly. A date? Hinata repeated. With whom? Lee asked, quickly recovering from his shock. Ayame-chan. Naruto grabbed onto Lee's arm and started pulling him. The ramen girl? But is she not a little old for me? Lee was really confused now. Nah, she's 17, you're like 14. 3 years is nothing for a shinobi. You never know what mission will be your last. That cat might do us in next time. Naruto was still pulling on Lee. But I do not even know what to do on a date, Lee said lamely. Don't worry about that. I wrote you a list of what to do. Here, take it. Read it on your way down. Trust me, this is golden. You'll have her swept off her feet by the end of the night. Naruto stopped pulling, gave Lee a folded up piece of paper, and then gave Lee his nice guy pose. Naruto! Tears started to stream from Lee's eyes. I thank you so much for giving me this passionate opportunity. I will not fail you. Lee started running towards the ramen stand, his nose deep in Naruto's instructions. When did you write that? Hinata looked at Naruto suspiciously. She hadn't seen him write anything down today. Well, I kinda lied. I didn't write it for him. I wrote that while we were at the academy. It was what I would have done. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata sighed. At least they had succeeded. She had nothing more to do with this. Well, we need to get going too. Bushy Brow was going fast, so it'll be hard to catch up to him. What? Hinata snapped her head quickly to look at Naruto. I want to know how the date goes, don't you? I mean, I did write it up after all. Hinata groaned. Of course they were going to follow them. But try as she might, Hinata couldn't quite kill the urge to know what Naruto planned out on a date. So she nodded her head and they ran off in the direction their teammate went. Ayame stood outside her father's ramen stand. She felt very out of place when not in her restaurant attire. Her hair was still in its typical ponytail at least. She was in a bright yellow t-shirt and pink pants that stopped above her ankles. She also wore what she figured were ninja sandals. Almost every ninja in the village wore them after all. She couldn't believe he had talked her into doing this. The nerve of that man she called father. He had told her she spent too much time in the kitchen and not enough trying to find a boy. He had said he was doing it for her own good. Ayame wouldn't have had any qualm if it had been a good-looking boy. Or at least one her age. Instead, she got Naruto's crazy teammate. Naruto. The only reason she had even said yes was that damn pathetic look he had given her. She just couldn't say no to the one she had come to view as her little brother. She heard Lee long before she saw him. The boy was like a freaking elephant with the way he was stomping on the ground as he ran through the village. Then the noise stopped. After a few seconds she saw the boy walk around the corner of the shop trying to look as if he'd walked the whole way. It would have been convincing if he hadn't been drenched in sweat. He bowed low. Ayame-san. I thank you so much for giving me the pleasure of your company tonight. I will make it a most youthful experience for you. Ayame sighed. She looked him up and down before speaking down 2 points. Huh? Lee looked at her blankly. Don't give me that look, the test has already begun. You lose 2 points for wearing the same clothes you always do. You have to dress up for a date, you know? Ayame gave Lee a glare. But... Anyways, at least you're on time. So I'll forgive you this once. Ayame cut off Lee's excuse. So what's the plan? You do have a plan, right? She looked at Lee expectantly. Of course! Lee stood a little straighter. I thought we should have a nice meal first, then we will go to a movie afterwards. Followed by that I thought we could take a nice stroll through the park and then I will walk you home. That's not bad. You pass there. So where are we going to eat? Ayame gave him a thumbs up for his good answer. We're already here, Lee said proudly. Huh? Ayame looked around. Then she figured it out. Who wants to eat at the place they work for a date? Down 3 points. Down 4 points. Lee wasn't the only one getting yelled at during that particular moment. Hinata was much more discreet though. They had a cover to keep after all. Naruto-kun! How could you do that to Lee-senpai? Sorry. I told you I wrote that at the academy. Where else was I supposed to take a girl? You know the other restaurants would kick me out. They both paused after he spoke. Hinata looked down sadly. Of course she knew that. She would just be damned if she knew why yet. Lee and her had continued their investigation, but nothing predominant had come out yet. So they were biding their time, waiting for another piece to present itself. Yet the more they waited, the more it seemed it would have to be up to Naruto to tell them. Naruto didn't like Hinata's silence. It was worse than her quiet fury. Hey, don't worry about it, Naruto started to say. I'm just being an idiot, I'm sorry. Hinata shook her head. No, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to yell at you. Alright, we're both sorry. So let's call a truce. Naruto stuck his hand out. Yeah, okay. Hinata shook his hand and they both turned to observe Lee and Ayame some more. In the end, they had ended up eating at the noodle stand anyways. Much to Tuchi's amusement. Soon Ayame and Lee finished their meal and he began leading her to the movies. Naruto and Hinata trailed by rooftop, always keeping right above the couple. Hey, I got a question for you, Ayame asked suddenly. Ask away, Ayame-san. I will answer any question to the best of my nurturing ability, Lee shouted. Down 1 point. You don't need to yell, talk to me, I'm right next to you. Ayame chastised. Sorry, it is a habit I picked up from Bai-sensei. Lee apologized in a normal tone this time. You learn fast, good. Ayame praised. But your sensei is my question. Why in the world do you dress and act just like him? He can't really seem that cool to you, can he? Gai-sensei is the coolest. He practically glows with cool. Lee was shouting again. Ayame gave him a look and Lee quickly apologized before continuing. You see, Gai-sensei is the only reason I am a ninja. I lack the ability to do either ninjutsu or genjutsu, necessary ninja skills. But Gai-sensei took me in anyways and trained me to do taijutsu. I owe my whole way of life to him. So the least I can do to honor him is to act like him. Continue his legacy when his youth fades and keep the legend of the beautiful green beast of Konoha alive. Ayame digested what he said for a minute. That's surprisingly heartfelt. I think I'm starting to see why Naruto-kun respects you so much, she added. Naruto respects me? This new information surprised Lee. A real lot. He always talks about how hard you work and how he plans to train even harder so he can be a great ninja like you. It's nice to see he has someone he can idolize who's close to his age. You know he didn't have friends as a kid? Ayame looked towards Lee as they walked down the street. Yes, I do. But I do not know why. It pains me so much to see the villagers treat him that way. I feel like if I could just figure out why I could help him. You would not know anything, would you? I'm afraid not, Ayame said quietly. I have a feeling my father knows, but he won't say anything. He says the best way we can help him is to be there for him, let him know we care. What's done is in the past and we have to move forward for his sake. Lee nodded. Your father is a wise man. Unfortunately, his words do not hinder my need to know this secret. I will find out what it is. Lee held up his fist. Naruto sneezed. Hinata and him jumped back hoping that their targets hadn't heard. Man, I want to know what they're talking about. Naruto whined. Can't you hear them at all? Hinata shook her head. We are too high up. We can't get closer and risk them catching us though. Besides, they need a little privacy. Hinata couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be to find out you were being spied on during a date. The least she could do was give them time to themselves. Finally, they arrived at the movies. What would you like to see, Ayame-san? Lee looked up at the choices. You pick you're the man, aren't you? Ayame crossed her arms while looking at Lee. Yes! Lee walked up to the ticket booth. I want 2 tickets to the scariest movie that is playing. Lee placed his money on the counter. Ayame got wide-eyed. Scariest movie? I don't want to go see a scary movie. Too late, Ayame-san. I am the man and I chose the movie already. Lee gave her the thumbs up. I think I'm getting pretty good at this role, do you not agree? He held out her ticket. Ayame rubbed her forehead. You have room for improvement. She mumbled while taking the ticket. As they disappeared into the theater, Naruto and Hinata landed at the booth. 2 for whatever the couple before us went into. Hinata blushed heavily when Naruto spoke. He was buying her ticket. This was almost like a date between them as well. Okay, 2 for Shinsei Toir no Hanako-san. The man behind the counter gave them their tickets and they ran off into the theater. The bathroom was dark when the girl opened the door. Nervously moving her hand around on the wall, she found the switch. A light came on, but that bathroom was poorly lit yet. The girl swallowed hard. She walked slowly towards the 3rd stall from the door. They were all locked and closed. She stopped in front of it and stared up at it. She held her hand in front of the door for a few seconds, poised to knock. After a few deep breaths, she summoned her courage. Knock! 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 Hanako-san, are you done yet? The girl called out. She was greeted with silence. She let out a sigh of relief when a voice answered from the stall. Not yet? The girl's eyes grew wide. She almost screamed, but she didn't. She couldn't do that now. The girl waited a minute before knocking again. Hanako-san, are you done yet? The girl was having a hard time fighting back her tears. Not yet? The eerie voice responded again. The girl waited another minute before knocking again. Hanako-san, are you done yet? A chocked sob escaped her mouth as she spoke. I'm done. The door clicked unlocked and opened slightly. No, do not do it. She is going to get you, run away now. It is not breaking the rules. Lee sat on the edge of his seat watching the movie between his fingers. An unaffected Ayame sat next to him. Tears fell freely from the girl's face as she pushed the door the rest of the way open. The camera angle shifted to the inside of the stall, looking out at the girl. The look on her face was of complete horror. No, I cannot watch this, tell me how it ends. Lee curled himself into a ball, covering his eyes with both his hands completely. The girl screamed. No! Do not show it to me! Lee kept glancing up every second now. Will you shut up? Ayame put her fingers to his mouth to shush him. This movie isn't even scary. The effects are terrible and we have yet to even see this so-called Hanako-san. They're acting like her appearance is some big secret. Not to mention how terribly predictable this movie is. Man, I don't know what is scarier to watch. Bushibrow ruin his date or this movie. Naruto whispered. Hinata and he were watching the movie from the ceiling. Hinata could only nod in agreement. A painful hour and a half later, and a crying Lee and a bored-looking Ayame came out of the theater. Guy-sensei, I have failed this challenge. I will do 1,000 push-ups with no hands after I complete this date. Lee screamed into the air. Who are you talking to? How is that even possible? Lee was about to answer when Ayame held up her hand while rubbing her temples. You know what, don't answer. Let's get the last part of this date going. Not even you can possibly screw up a walk through the park. Is that a youthful challenge? Lee's eyes lit up on fire. Let us make our way to the park with full haste. Lee grabbed Ayame's hand and started running towards the park. What? Wait, it wasn't a challenge. Lisa, I can't run this fast. Ayame's feet hardly touched the ground the whole way to the park. A winded Ayame now stood at the entrance to the park trying to catch her breath. Don't you ever do that again. It took her several breaths to complete that statement. I apologize, Ayame-san. Sometimes my fires of youth burn too brightly and I forget myself. Lee bowed low as he apologized. Yeah. So are you going to escort me through the park or not? Ayame had finally caught her breath. Of course! Lee stuck his elbow out towards her. What are you doing? Ayame eyed his elbow peculiarly like it was about to screw right off. When escorting a lady, isn't it common to lock arms? Lee asked. He had been sure it was customary. You have some good sense after all, Lee-san. Ayame praised. She slid her arm gracefully through Lee's and they began their walk. Naruto peeked his head out of a nearby bush. Nice one, bushy brow, he might be okay yet after those first two disasters. Naruto sighed in relief. Perhaps we should stop following them for the night, Naruto-kun. Hinata also stepped up from the bush. The sun has almost completely set now and it is getting dark. It'd be a shame to miss the end of this. Just a little bit longer, please, Hinata. Naruto looked at her with big blue eyes. Hinata couldn't say no. Conversation between Lee and Ayame had stopped. Lee was starting to panic. He knew he wasn't a very multi-talented person, but he didn't realize until now that training all day left him with very little to discuss. My, it sure is getting chilly out. Lee mentally kicked himself in the head. The weather was never a good topic. Yeah, too bad you don't have a jacket to wrap around me. Lee felt another mental kick coming. This was not going the way he had expected at all. He was surprised Ayame was still even here. He had expected her to not even leave the noodle stand with him. The fact that he got this far was nothing short of miraculous. He could only silently thank Naruto for his good fortune. Lee looked ahead and internally cursed his own bad fortune. Three men were walking up to them and Lee didn't like the way they were eyeing Ayame. The looking could have been the end of it, but one of them stepped in front of their path. Whoa there, he said while holding his hands in front of himself. Mind telling me what such a pretty face such as yourself is doing with garbage like this? The man's friends chuckled as they fell back behind him. None of your business, now get out of our way. Ayame started to push past them. Not so fast, their tooths. The man stretched out his hand to grab Ayame, but Lee's hand knocked it away so fast it took everyone else a second to realize what had happened. Please let us pass, we do not wish for any trouble. Lee successfully got himself and Ayame through now. I know you now, the first man said. Hey, he looked familiar to you boys? Now that you mention it, yeah. He's that demon brat's teammate. All three men laughed. Lee bristled at their words. He unlinked his arm from Ayame's and turned around. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and you better respect him. He is going to become the Hokage one day. Lee watched as all three men burst into laughter. Hey, you hear that? He says the demon is going to become Hokage. The day he becomes Hokage, I'll get eaten by a giant toad. The men laughed harder. Lee gave an indignant huff and turned around. Let us go, Ayame-san. Lee put his hand on her back and began to lead her away. Ayame gave the men a disgusted look before nodding her agreement. Don't walk away from me. The man stepped forward and spit. It flew right into the back of Lee's head. Ayame gasped and quickly pulled out a handkerchief and started to wipe it off. Lee's arms were shaking. It was against ninja code to attack a civilian, but Lee was about to make an exception to that rule. No one insulted his friend and ruined his already failing date on him. Suddenly the whole fight went through his head. First distract target, the handkerchief will do. Then block his blind jab counter with cross to left cheek. Discombobulate. Dazed, he will attempt wild haymaker. Employ elbow block and body shot. Block ferrule left, weaken right jaw, now fracture. Break cracked ribs, traumatize solar plexus, dislocate jaw entirely. Finish with heel kick to diaphragm. In summer ears, ringing jaw fractured, 3 ribs cracked, 4 broken, diaphragm hemorrhaging. Physical recovery 6 weeks. Full psychological recovery 6 months. Capacity to spit at back of head neutralized. Lee grabbed the handkerchief Ayame had turned around and threw it in the man's face. The man was surprised and threw the punch Lee had predicted. Lee stepped forward and blocked the man's punch and proceeded to punch him in the jaw. He then clapped his hands on the man's ears. Lee blocked the man's next shot and followed with a punch to the man's stomach. Blocking another shot, Lee punched the man again in the jaw. Then he punched the man twice more in the stomach and another shot to the jaw. Lee then jumped and kicked his opponent clear in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The whole scene happened in less than 6 seconds, leaving all spectators in a mix between confusion and wonderment. Lee walked up to his date and bowed. I apologize for that intrusion, Ayame-san. Shall I escort you home now? Why, yeah. Ayame was seldom speechless. But what Lee had just done left little room for her to be much else. She let Lee lead her back to her house without another word. The two men stood there looking confused. I think you should take your friend home. They both jumped and turned around to see said demon brat. It wouldn't be wise to tell anyone what really happened, got it? The men nodded, quickly picked up their fallen friend and dragged him to the hospital. Naruto was looking in the direction they were going, but Hinata knew he wasn't actually seeing them. He had a faraway look in his eye. Like everyone else, it took them a minute to realize what had really happened too. Naruto had been trying to get at the man when he had spit on Lee, and Hinata had been trying to hold him back. When they looked up, the man was already down for the count. I had no idea anyone else actually believed I could become Hokage, he said to himself. I know you can do it. Naruto now looked at Hinata. She started to press her fingers together, but continued talking. You are always working very hard to give everything your all. You also really care about people. Those are good traits a Hokage needs. Naruto wiped away tears that were starting to form. How uncool. Thank you, Hinata. Really, thank you. You're way cooler to hang out with than Sakura-chan. Hinata blushed at his praise. I'll walk you home, okay? We're done following them. Hinata nodded happily. Lee and Ayame arrived at the ramen stand. Ayame finally recovered from her shock. Lee-san, you know that was really cool what you did. You aren't going to get in trouble for it, are you? Lee shook his head and leaned in to whisper. The best part of dressing this way is no one is willing to admit they lost to me. Ayame couldn't help but chuckle at that. It's nice to see Naruto has someone that cares about him. Thank you for everything tonight, Lee-kun. Ayame gave Lee a quick peck on his bushy brow before she turned and went inside. Lee sat there in a daze. His first date had been a success? Lee couldn't help it. Yahoo! Lee jumped high into the air. When he landed, he sprinted off towards the training grounds. His flames were burning brighter than ever, and it was going to take some serious exercise to fan them down. The Hokage sat waiting on his chair. 7 o'clock was the time when he officially started handing out missions, unless of course the mission was urgent enough to be dealt with immediately upon request. Not many shinobi teens showed up at 7 in the morning though to receive missions. It was mostly older jonins who suffered from the trauma of past experiences and found it hard to sleep. Only one genin teen would possibly be here so early in the morning. Sarutobi smiled as that teen barged into his office. He pushed the paper under his hand forward. He had just the mission for this exuberant team. Good morning, Hokage-sama. This is Team Guy reporting for duty. My team and I wait with youthful anticipation for our first C-rank mission together. Guy strolled proudly into the office with his students right behind him. Naruto did his absolute best to restrain himself. 2 weeks ago and he would have been all over the place wanting to know about the mission. Hinata meanwhile smiled nervously at the boy's antics. While she was glad to finally be going on a real mission, she couldn't help but feel anxious at the same time. Lee appeared completely calm. C-rank missions to him were more of a chore than anything. Instead of being out in the field, he would rather be inside the village training. Yes, Guy, I had been expecting you and your team. It is with great pride that I give your team this mission. Instead of explaining it to you though, I'll have the client brought in. Sarutobi cleared his throat and called in a louder voice. Send him in. A couple seconds passed and nothing happened. The whole room stared curiously at the door waiting for something. Without warning, it flew open and an old man with a bottle of booze stumbled into the room. Damn it! Who leaves for a mission at this early an hour in the day? The man cursed before taking a swig of his jug. I have to drink simply to keep myself awake now. Who is the team assigned to help me? I don't see any super ninja in here. The man looked around the room, scanning completely over Guy and his team. What the hell, we have to protect this drunk old man. The Hokage chuckled. The old Naruto still managed to show his way through after all. Who are you calling drunk? I'll have you know I am the man responsible for building the greatest bridge ever. The land of the waves is about to become well known thanks to myself. The name's Tazuna, remember it? Tazuna took another swig before continuing. And what do you mean protect? A shrimp like you couldn't protect a turd. Why, you all kick your ass. Lee was holding Naruto in a full Nelson before he had even started speaking. Naruto could do nothing but swing his arms randomly. Naruto, enough. Guy finally spoke. Naruto immediately stopped swinging his arms but was clearly still fuming. We are all shinobi, sir, and I assure you we will protect you until your bridge is completed. If you have any qualms about my charges being a little young, fear not. I am a jonin. Nothing will touch you with me around. A jonin, eh? Not bad, I never would have guessed looking at you though. You and your little clone over there look more suited to the circus. Tazuna laughed aloud to himself. No one else joined in. Students meet at the south entrance in 15 minutes. I will escort Tazuna-san there myself as we discuss the mission specifics. Guy stepped forward and put his arm over Tazuna's shoulder. Yes, Guy-sensei. His students responded. They filed out the door, but not before Naruto managed to give Tenzin one more dirty look. Well, shall we go? Guy smiled brightly as he and his client stumbled towards the door. Yeah. I hope you guys know what you're doing. Tenzin was clearly uncomfortable from Guy's close proximity. The Hokage was again alone in his office. His big smile had gone unnoticed by all the room's previous occupants. He just knew they'd get along fine. They are my favorite customers, Tucci said happily as Team Guy hurried into the noodle stand. So how did it go? Did you guys get your first C-rank mission? We sure did, Naruto said bitterly, confusing the older man. Isn't that a good thing? He looked to Naruto's teammates for an answer. Naruto-kun didn't get off to a good start with our client. Hinata answered quietly. Does Naruto get off to a good start with anyone? Ayame asked as she came out from the back room. Ayame-san. Lee shouted in joy at seeing the older women. A quickly glare from her shut him up quickly. I told you, Lee, you can drop the san. Just my name is fine. She decided not to scold him for his loud voice. It would take a long time to break him of that habit. Oh yes, of course, Lee said happily, a deep blush on his face. So when you guys leave? Tucci cut the two of them off before they could say anything more. 15 minutes. Naruto took a seat at the stand. I need at least one bowl before we leave. We might be gone for a few weeks. A few weeks? Ayame asked in surprise. Yeah, we're helping some old man finish a bridge. Naruto grumbled. Some C-rank mission. So you guys won't be fighting anyone? The older girl sounded slightly relieved. Well, we are bodyguards, but the chances of us fighting anything stronger than bandits is slim to none. Lee answered easily, earning a concerned gaze from Ayame. They are shinobi after all. Tucci threw down a bowl of ramen which Naruto began to inhale immediately. I'm sure you'll all come back safe. Of course! Lee nodded exaggeratedly. Well, you guys be careful. Ayame looked at all three of them now. Hey, no worries, Naruto said as he finished drinking down the broth. We've been training like mad. I bet Hinata could defeat everyone no problem. But you better save some for me, okay? Naruto turned to his female teammate. Hinata's face turned slightly pink, but she smiled him. I'm sure there will be more than enough for you. Naruto nodded. There better be. Just thinking about it makes dealing with that old fart seem worth it. Alright, well, you guys better go. You don't want to keep your client waiting. Tucci chided the group lightly. Right, come on guys. Naruto set off with newfound fire. Hinata giggled slightly and followed after him. Hey Lee. Before the spandex-clad boy could go, Ayame called out to him. He turned back to her questioningly. When you get back we should go on another date. No horror movies though. Lee's face lit up in a huge smile. Yes! I shall be sure that we finish this mission in a most youthful fashion so that I may return to you in due time. Yeah. She was used to dealing with his weird speech by now. You better hurry or they'll leave you behind. Right! Lee saluted the two before turning and running after his team. Ayame watched them go down the road before she noticed her father was staring at her, a strange smile on his face. What are you looking at? Oh, nothing, Tucci said as he went back to preparing noodles. Damn it, what is taking them so long? Naruto stomped his foot impatiently. He and his teammates stood just before the gates that led out of Konoha. Its massive doors hung wide open, waiting for someone to cross them. The temptation for Naruto was almost too great. He really wanted to get out there and get the mission underway. Crappy client or not, it was finally a C-rank mission. They'll be here soon, Naruto, Lee responded. He was leaning against the wall next to the gate. It has only been 20 minutes. Guy-sensei is with a civilian, so naturally it'll take a little longer. I'm sure they'll be here any second now, Hinata reassured her blonde teammate. She stood right next to him, twiddling her thumbs nervously. Yeah. I know, I'm just so excited to get out of this village. I've never left it before. It must be great out there. Naruto turned around and gestured to the world lying just outside the gates. It's not so much different from here. Not that I've been out far myself. Lee looked up and thought. What about you, Hinata? Have you been out of the village? Naruto turned to look at her. A couple times. But I was much younger and did not get to see much. It was always for family business. Naruto blanched at the mention of Hinata's family. He didn't know any of them, but he knew he didn't like them. A few brief conversations with Hinata made sure of that. Students, we have arrived. All three of them immediately stood at attention as Guy and Tazuna, whose bottle of booze was noticeably absent, strolled into the vicinity. Geesh, you think a shinobi would have the common sense to keep quiet at this time in the morning? Tazuna looked around at the other few random citizens who were up and about. Not a single one of them paid any mind to Guy and his antics. What a crazy village. What was that, old man? Naruto stepped towards the bridge builder. Tazuna was about to retort, but Guy beat him to it. No threatening the client, Naruto. He is a good man trying to connect his country to the rest of the world. He reminds me a little of you, actually. Don't compare me to him. Both shouted and pointed at each other at the same time. Hinata chuckled while Lee broke out into a broad grin. Damn it, let's just go. Naruto started for the exit of the village. Yeah, the sooner this is over the better. Tazuna also began walking. The rest of the team followed suit. Immediately upon stepping out of the village, Naruto charged forward 10 yards before turning around. Finally! I'm out of that village. Naruto jumped around excitedly. I really am doomed. Why would I have to be stuck with little kids? Tazuna knew he should have put in for B rank. You better watch it. This little kid is going to become Hokage someday. Naruto pointed to himself. Hokage? Tazuna laughed. Kid, I don't know if you've heard, but the Hokage is the strongest shinobi in your village. A brat like you has no chance in hell. I'll definitely become Hokage, just you watch. And when I do, everyone will have to stop disrespecting me and acknowledge my existence as a person. As a great shinobi. Naruto folded his arms proudly. I wouldn't acknowledge you even if you did become Hokage. It'll take more than that to sway my mind. Tazuna walked right past Naruto. The blonde boy ground his teeth hard. He wanted to scream at the old geezer. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up to see Lee standing there with him. Hey, don't worry about him, Naruto. He doesn't really know you. If anything, just remember that your teammates accept you. Lee gave him the nice guy pose. Naruto took a few deep breaths before visibly relaxing. You're right. Thanks, bushy brow. Naruto returned the pose. Now let's get going. Naruto started strolling after Tazuna. Nothing was going to ruin this mission for him. Lee smiled and walked in pace with Naruto. The team strolled leisurely for a few hours, making their way down the path that would eventually take them to the Wave Country. Naruto got bored quickly as he realized the only thing that seemed to exist outside of the village were trees. Nothing too special. Not a whole lot was happening either, and the three genin settled for making light conversation. Guy was not as easygoing as his students, though. Something was off about this to him. Guy just couldn't put his finger on it. So he decided to be wary and keep his eye on the bridge builder. Of course, he kept his youthful exposure shone at all times. He had a reputation to keep. He just made sure to observe while he did this. Soon Guy saw it. A puddle. His students walked by carelessly. After all, what harm was a puddle? The problem was it hadn't rained in days. It shouldn't have been there. Guy made a quick decision. There was something he had to confirm. He just hoped he was wrong. He too walked past the puddle without giving it a second glance. Guy cleared his throat, and once he was sure he had everyone's attention, he spoke. I'm going to go on ahead for a few minutes and inspect the road ahead. Naruto gave their sensei a perplexed look. Why? Is something the matter? Tazuna quickly made his voice heard. Yeah, don't just leave me with these kids. What if something happens? Fear not, I won't be long. There's just something I need to confirm. Before anyone could say anything else, Guy vanished. Everyone stared blankly at the spot he had just been in for a moment. Let's just continue walking. I am sure Guy-sensei will inform us upon his return. It is nothing to worry about. Lee made a small hand motion for everyone to continue. I agree, Hinata said, worry evident in her voice. Yeah, whatever. Naruto smiled happily to himself before he started walking forward. Hinata quickly fell into step with him. Hey, don't leave me! Tazuna quickly ran up to the two of them. Lee smiled before he too started to walk. He didn't get any further than 2 steps when the sound of footsteps and chains reached his ears. Without any warning, he was suddenly quickly surrounded by spiked chains. With the Lee turned his eyes slightly left and then right. To either side of him were identical-looking men with gas masks and giant claws. They appeared to be linked together by the chains. Let's finish this while the Jonin is gone. The one shouted, and they simultaneously pulled back their arms, causing the chains around Lee to constrict. Bushy brow! Lee-senpai! Naruto and Hinata turned around just in time to see the two shinobi make this action. To their utter horror, it looked like Lee was about to be sliced into pieces. Fortunately, and to their relief, Lee seemed to disappear just a second before the chains got to him. "What the hell?" one of the shinobi asked in surprise before a foot buried itself into the side of his face, shattering his mask. "Naruto!" Lee shouted as he jumped backwards to avoid the other shinobi's claw. "I need you to protect Izuna-san." "Hinata! Back me up!" "Right!" Naruto obeyed Lee without question. Next to Gai-sensei, he had the most experience in the field after all. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones popped into existence and they all formed a circle around Izuna. Meanwhile, Hinata took a nervous step forward. Her breathing quickly became irregular as she stared at the brawl that was quickly erupting in front of her. "Hinata!" Lee shouted as he rolled under the chain. I can't," Hinata whispered. "These guys, they're real. Someone like me, I'll only get in the way." Hinata slipped down to her knees. Lee wasn't able to respond as he backflipped over both claws. He brought both of his feet down onto the shinobi's heads, knocking them forward. "Go for the bridge builder!" the one with the broken mask shouted. "I'll hold this guy off." "Right!" the other one shouted as he charged forward. "As if I'd let you." Lee rolled in between the two again. "Konoha Senpu." Lee delivered a powerful spinning kick to the one who stayed to face him. The man was thrown backwards. The chain that connected the two snapped tight and the other brother was also pulled backwards. His body was still parallel to the ground when he passed by Lee. The Jinin didn't waste any time and drilled his elbow into the man's solar plexus, forcefully slamming his body into the ground. "Disconnect the chain!" the other shouted. With a loud hissing noise, the chain popped free and the shinobi who was farther back charged forward. "I won't let you pass me." Lee assumed his Goken stance. "Don't get cocky because of a lucky shot." The shinobi on the ground next to Lee swung his body around, bringing his legs forward in a sweep. Lee was caught completely off guard and fell backwards. Meanwhile, the other shinobi jumped clear over him. "Hinata! You have to stop him!" Lee shouted again as he caught himself just before he hit the ground. "Worry about yourself." The man swung his claw forward. Lee pushed off the ground and launched straight into the air well above the strike. Hinata's body was visibly shaking as the shinobi ran towards her. She cursed and screamed mentally at herself. She had spent 2 whole weeks training for this. For a chance to prove herself in a mission. Yet here she was scared and on her knees at the first sight of real danger. The man ran right past her, not even bothering to give her a second glance. "You're mine!" he shouted in glee as he swung his claw toward the bridge builder. "Like hell!" Naruto spread his arms out and took the full force of the blow in the chest. The man was completely taken aback as his arm actually made contact with flesh, and he was even more surprised when the blonde popped into smoke. "A shadow clone, but he's just a genin." The man took a slight step back in his surprise. "You better not underestimate me." 2 more Narutos ran forward while one stood next to Izuna. One clone ran directly in front of the other, and as the shinobi swung at the front one, the second jumped onto the clone's back and leaped forward with his fist outstretched. Naruto's punch connected with the man's jaw, sending him to the ground with a dull thud. "Damn you!" the man spit out blood as he stumbled to his feet. "Not done?" the clone in front asked as he turned around. "Then try this on for size." He outstretched his hand. The other clone grabbed onto his arm. Naruto grit his teeth and pulled the other with all his might, spinning in a circle as he did. The other clone was instantly pulled off the ground, his feet now swinging high in the air. "Naruto clone hammer!" The two shouted as the feet of the clone being swung smashed into the side of the shinobi's face, knocking him down again. This time he didn't get back up. "Impossible!" The other shinobi turned his attention away from Lee as he watched his teammate get knocked out by Naruto. "Big mistake!" The man felt all the air leave his body as Lee delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. He slipped down to his knees and then fell face first to the ground, also unconscious. Lee let a long breath out. That had been too close. A slow and loud clapping noise reached his ears. He spun around quickly to see Gai-sensei standing there, a huge grin plastered across his face. "Well done, students. That was most excellent." Gai walked up to where Naruto and Izuna were. "That was a nice move there, Naruto. It was filled with so much youth." "It was nothing. It's thanks to you that I came up with it." Naruto smiled happily at his sensei. "Lee!" Gai turned his attention to his oldest student. "Excellent job in taking command. I knew I could leave it to you." Gai gave his student a thumbs up. A gesture Lee eagerly returned. Hinata felt tears coming to her eyes. While her team had been fighting with all their might, she had sat here and done nothing. She was useless. All the confidence she had been trying to build up led to nothing in the end. Hinata! She looked up at Guy. He turned the thumbs up towards her now. Don't worry about it, you'll get it next time. She couldn't believe it. He forgave her? That easily? But she had failed. How could he? Lee walked in front of her and extended his arm. You should have seen me on my first encounter with common highwaymen. Tenten and Neji had to save my butt. I was so miserable I thought I would never get better. We are not supposed to fight other shinobi yet anyways. Hinata stared at his hand for another few seconds. She then looked over to Naruto. He saw her look and smiled brightly. Thanks for giving me the shot at that guy, Hinata. I really wanted the chance. He put his arms behind his head and gave her an approving nod. Hinata couldn't help but smile. She loved her team. She wiped away her tears and accepted Lee's hand up. As she got up, her eyes took on the most determined look she ever had. I'm sorry, Lee-senpai. Next time will be different. Lee nodded enthusiastically. You guys did excellent. There were a couple times I almost interfered, but I'm glad I didn't. Guy walked over to a tree, set the ninja down, and began tying them up. Fortunately, I was able to get all the information I needed from watching. Information? You let things escalate to that just for information? I thought for sure I was going to die. Tazuna pointed an accusing finger at Guy. He then added in a quieter voice. Although you proved to be pretty skilled, kid. I shouldn't have doubted you. Super sorry. The end was little more than a whisper, but Naruto heard it all. Hey, it's no problem. I was being a brat. So long as we're on the same page now, it's all good. Naruto smiled big at Tazuna. That's the problem, I don't think we are on the same page. Guy walked up to Tazuna. The bridge builder couldn't do anything but look away from the man's piercing gaze. Wait, what do you mean, Guy-sensei? What are you talking about? Naruto looked between the bridge builder and his sensei. He didn't get what was going on here. There shouldn't have been any shinobi. Lee began to explain. See, rank missions are of basic protection. Highwaymen bandits may be rabid animals. There is never an enemy shinobi. This has been my first ever encounter with one myself. The fact that there were shinobi automatically makes this a B rank. Possibly even an A. Exactly, and the shinobi were after you, Tazuna-san. Now explain to me why this is. If you don't, I will end this mission right now. We will turn around and go home. Sensei, your BN guy held up his hand to silence Naruto's protest. I need to know what I'm up against. I can't risk your precious lives without knowing the full extent of the danger. Guy continued to stare intently at Tazuna. Tazuna let out a big sigh. I have no choice but to tell you. He let a dramatic pause take over. But please get me to my ferryman. I will explain all about it on the boat ride over. Guy looked to consider for a minute. Sensei, please let us continue. It would only make my failure bigger if we don't move forward. Guy turned and looked at Hinata. It was true that she had become more confident lately, but saying she wanted to continue was not something he expected from her any time in the near future. Guy couldn't refuse now. They were less than an hour from the wave anyways. Might as well get that far. Okay, we will get you there. But I warn you, if you are not completely honest with us, I'm cutting you off. Thank you. I'll hold nothing back. Tazuna bowed to them gratefully. Good. Let's set out, team. They left the pair of brothers unconscious under the tree. Not even Guy noticed the masked shinobi who had watched the whole fight. You say the demon brothers were defeated by a couple of genin? A shirtless shinobi slammed down a massive blade in a show of dissatisfaction. That is correct, Zabuza-san. The masked shinobi who had watched the fight said. He was bowed down in front of the tall man before him. The man called Zabuza stared coldly at the boy before him. Tell me, Haku. What do you think of the skill of the team? Haku looked up in surprise at the question. Two of the genin are clearly very new. I would say they haven't been shinobi for even a month. However, the one has the ability to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu effortlessly. The other is without a doubt a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Judging by her forehead, I'd say she is from the main branch. A Hyuga? Zabuza actually sounded interested now. He didn't say anything further than that though. Yes. As for the other two shinobi, they were peculiar. Haku spoke carefully now. Zabuza said nothing, but his narrow eyebrow raised slightly at Haku's word choice. They were both dressed entirely in green spandex, had bowl cuts and incredibly bushy eyebrows. Haku somehow felt embarrassed just describing the two. Zabuza's face seemed to show some realization, so Haku quit talking. "My god," the tall shinobi drawled. Haku didn't reply. Supposedly the only Jonin Konoha capable of matching the famous copy ninja in a fight. The strange green beast. That man? Haku couldn't help but let his doubt show through. But if he is capable of matching the copy ninja, doesn't that effectively tie him for second strongest in the village, only outclassed by the Hokage? If you don't count the Sannin who have cut their ties from that village, then yes. Haku was surprised to see the gears in Zabuza's brain actively spinning. If what you say is true, I imagine his students didn't use much other than taijutsu, am I right? Zabuza mounted his massive blade onto his back. That's correct, Haku said. The blonde did use shadow clones, but they were extremely well coordinated in hand-to-hand combat. Zabuza seemed to think about everything Haku had just said. I'm going to need your help for this one, Haku. Zabuza-san? The masked boy asked curiously. We're going, come on. Zabuza began walking off, a confused Haku trailing right behind him. Guy's team arrived on the bank of a giant lake. Due to the thick mist, they weren't capable at all of seeing the other end of it. Over here. They heard a man give a hoarse whisper from their left. They turned and saw a man with a small rowboat waving them over. Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief. You have no idea how happy I am to still see you here. Tazuna led the shinobi over to the ferryman and boarded without preamble. Guy's team did the same and they were quickly on their way. This is what you got to help you? Children? The ferryman looked at Team Guy questionably. It's all I could afford. Tazuna held his hands in defense. Besides, don't underestimate them. They've saved my life once already. The ferryman still looked doubtful. I still don't know why it was necessary. Guy caught Tazuna's attention. You say all you could afford? Is your land really that bad off? What happened that could put you in such a state? Gatu, was Tazuna's easy answer. Guy's eyes widened in recognition. I see you've heard of him. Yes, the same Gatu that runs the shipping company. He may seem like just a businessman, but underneath he is little more than a pint-sized gangster selling drugs women whole countries. He is the man after my life. Naruto, Lee and Hinata stared wide-eyed at his story. But I don't understand. Why would such a powerful man want you dead? Lee had been the first to find his voice. Because of the bridge. Tazuna gestured to his left and they all turned to see a massive structure take shape in the mist. Wow, it's so big. That's incredible. You're making that? Naruto had newfound respect for the man they were guarding. But why should he oppose you making this bridge? Hinata too couldn't believe the size of it. Our country is cut off from the mainland. We do all our trading by boats. Gata bought out all our shipping industries and now has a monopoly of the land. He has made us very poor. The only thing standing between his complete control is the completion of the bridge. If I complete it, I can break his grasp. Tazuna slammed his fist into his palm. He worked himself up during his speech. After a few deep breaths he continued talking. By the time I realized Gata was sending shinobi after me, we were too poor to hire higher level protection. There is no way we could afford it. I just needed something. It looks like I lucked out with you guys though. Tazuna sat up on his knees and clasped his hands in front of himself. Please. You have to protect me. For the sake of my country. For my daughter and grandson, I need to complete this bridge. I know it's not much for now, but in a few years we would be able to pay you back in full. We just need to get on our feet first. The three genin all had tears forming on their eyes. His story had clearly touched them. They all turned to their sensei. Guy sighed. How could I possibly sleep well at night if I turn you down now? Okay, we'll do it. Guy gave him the thumbs up and one of his flashy smiles. The effect was slightly ruined by the mist, however. Thank you so much. My country owes you our existence for this. Tazuna wiped away tears he had been holding back. Don't thank us yet, the next group won't be pushovers like the last two. I may even have trouble soon here. His three students looked at him in disbelief. The same thought ran through all their minds. How could anyone be trouble for someone as fast as their sensei? Soon the boat went under a tunnel and they came out into a small river. Wow, look at that, there are trees growing in the water. Naruto looked around excitedly at everything in this new land. To his disappointment, nothing else stood out all that much. At least the river trees had been cool. The boat docked a short while later. This is as far as I go, Tazuna. Everyone disembarked from the boat as the ferryman talked. I thank you for making this risk for me. Tazuna bowed to the man as he paddled his way back down the river. They watched him go until he disappeared from sight. Okay, team, Guy said in a normal tone. From here on out we're going to be moving slowly. We're in enemy territory. Hinata, I need you to take up the rear behind Tazuna. Naruto and Lee stand on either side. I'll take the lead. Don't drop your guard until we are in the village. Yes, Guy-sensei. All his students replied in hushed voices. They followed their sensei's directions immediately. Hey, no need to be so serious, Tazuna said nervously. You guys took care of that last group no problem. Which is why now we have to be extra cautious. They'll send out the strongest they got now. Worst case possible, they send a Jonin. Guy continued to speak at a normal volume. A Jonin? You mean like yourself? Tazuna gazed around the misty area nervously. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. No matter how tough the opponent, I won't let him get you. Guy turned and smiled at their client. How touching. A raspy voice echoed. Everyone suddenly grew tense. Hinata, Guy said hurriedly. Byakugan. Hinata activated it before her sensei could say anything more. Her eyes grew wide at what she saw. Everyone! Duck! Hinata dropped to the ground as she shouted. Naruto and Lee each grabbed an arm on Tazuna and pulled him down with them. Guy didn't bother to drop at all. He turned just as a giant spinning sword appeared out of the mist. Guy stuck his arm out and caught the blade right by the handle. Oh, not bad. The voice rang from multiple directions at once. This sword, Guy stared at the blade he was holding. You must be the ex-Kiri shinobi. One of the 7 swordsmen Momochi Zabuza. I'm touched. You know my name. The voice came from directly above him. Guy turned his gaze upwards. A shirtless man was falling straight towards him. A replica of the blade Guy was holding was also in his hand. Guy swung the sword in his hand up as Zabuza swung his down. The blades connected and Guy's dissolved into water upon contact. TCH, a water clone. Guy cursed and took a small leap backwards, completely avoiding Zabuza's blade. Lee, Hinata, Naruto. Surround Tazuna. No matter what happens, protect him with your life. Yes! The 3 genin formed a triangle around the still down Tazuna. No matter what happens. Zabuza chuckled as he pulled his blade from the ground. You might be giving me too much credit there, my Guy. I make a point of never underestimating my opponent. Guy slipped into a Goken stance as he eyed his opponent up and down. We'll see about that. Zabuza took a step backwards and appeared to be swallowed whole by the thick mist. I see. So this isn't a natural mist at all. This is your doing. Guy nodded to himself as he gazed around the thick mist. Observant, aren't you? I wonder how observant you are when I'm chopping your client to pieces. The 3 genin spun around in surprise to see Zabuza standing right in between them, his sword angled at Tazuna's neck. No! Tazuna yelped in fear and tried to move backwards. Not so fast. Guy appeared right there a second later, his foot drilling into the top of Zabuza's head. The man broke apart into water and Guy's undeterred foot continued on right into the ground, creating a small crater that his genin and Tazuna stumbled into. Sorry about that, team, but I can't afford to hold back here. Guy spun around as he talked and caught Zabuza's sword again as the ex-Kiri shinobi thrust it forward. Guy took a step forward and delivered a powerful punch into Zabuza's face, breaking him into water. How unyouthful, hiding behind your clones! Guy shouted into the mist as he took a couple steps forward. Wow, so this is a battle between Jonin and Lee, whispered in awe. Naruto even nodded in appreciation. It's on a completely different level from that battle we had earlier. This is so cool! Naruto-kun, Hinata chided lightly but couldn't keep a small smile from gracing her face. Hey! Tazuna sounded worried. Don't forget about me. I nearly died already. You do not have to worry about that. Guy-sensei could not possibly lose this fight. Lee said enthusiastically. Just watch. He is about to get serious. Everyone did as Lee said and turned their attention to the powerful man in front of them. Get serious, huh? Zabuza's mocking voice echoed throughout the misty field. Doesn't matter how serious you get, you'll never find me in here. I am an expert of the silent killing technique. When I am in the mist, I am unbeatable. Provided there is any. Guy took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He then appeared to start performing some strange form of tai chi. The only sound that could be heard in the mist was Guy's deep but somehow calm breathing. Are you taking me for a fool? What are you trying to do? Zabuza's question was answered a second later as Guy's eyes shot wide open. First gate open. Guy widened his stance and waved his arms widely in front of himself. A second later and a great wind passed through the whole area, dissolving the mist as it blew. Wooden Tazuna was the only one who was capable of saying anything at all. I am possible. Zabuza stood in plain sight now, right at the edge of the riverbank. Before he could even blink, Guy was right in front of him, a powerful fist buried into his stomach. Zabuza was rocketed across the water. He hit the surface but was flying too fast to sink in. Instead, he bounced once, twice, 3 times before he was able to get stable enough to skid to his feet. Massive waves rolled across the water from the multiple impacts Zabuza had made on it. Why, you bastard! Zabuza's face wraps were stained red around his mouth. His sword was somehow still in his hand. I'll make you pay for that. I'd like to see you try. Guy stepped onto the water himself and was immediately racing towards his opponent. He moved at such a great speed that he almost appeared to be gliding across the water. Zabuza hurled his sword into the air and began running through a set of hand seals. Sway Tensuri Yuban no Jutsu. The water directly in front of Zabuza rose up and formed a large orb. As it completed, Zabuza's sword fell back towards him. Stretching out his hand, the ex-Kiri shinobi caught it effortlessly. He then swung the sword forward dramatically. As if the orb had been waiting for the signal, it shot off a high number of slim whips of water. No chance an attack like that will hit me. Guy charged undeterred into the thick of the attack. Every time it seemed like a whip would hit him, Guy would just vanish and appear unharmed a couple steps farther ahead. In no time he reached the orb, and with a powerful spinning kick he destroyed it completely. TCH damn! Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword. Guy ducked under the swing and delivered another powerful kick that Zabuza jumped over. The two jonin then began exchange viscous blows. He's so fast. Tazuna felt hope build up inside him. Something he hadn't felt for a long time. Yeah, get him, Guy-sensei. Lee and Naruto cheered together. When did Guy-sensei get that fast? That's incredible. Naruto couldn't believe the sudden increase in power their sensei had just received. It's the Hashiman. Lee answered. Naruto gave him a confused look. Guy-sensei opened the first of 8 gates. Each time you open up a gate, your power increases significantly, with risk, of course. Supposedly opening all 8 would give even a Jin the power to match a Kage. Guy-sensei has so gotta teach me that. He's kicking ass with it. Naruto practically drooled at the idea of being capable of matching the old man. Something isn't right. Hinata interrupted everyone's good mood with just that one phrase. She was staring out at the water, her Byakugan fully active. Come on, Hinata. What are you talking about? Guy-sensei has got this. Naruto waved off Hinata's worries quickly. No, it isn't. I just could have sworn I saw something at the edge of my vision a moment ago. Another person with a mask. Everyone then noticed Hinata's Byakugan was still active. Very suddenly she spun around. It shocked everyone else so bad that they did as well. What they saw surprised them. Aw, so much for sneaking up on you guys. Those eyes of yours are troublesome for sure. A masked boy who didn't sound any older than they were stood only about 10 paces behind them. How did you get here so fast? Hinata whispered. Just a moment ago he hadn't been within her range at all. Now he was practically right next to them. Speed is an important aspect of any shinobi. I would think you would know that better than anyone, with that man as your sensei and everything. The boy spoke pleasantly to them. No one was able to sense any evil intent. Yet they all kept their guard up regardless. Are you a member of Kirigakure's hunter squad? Lee asked curiously as he stared at the insignia on the boy's mask. Haku rubbed the mark of the wave gently as he considered how to answer. No, I am not. He finally said. Truth is, I am actually with Zabuza-san. We killed the hunter Nin that was after us, and I took his mask. Without warning, a group of shuriken were flying straight at him. How unpleasant. Haku stepped lightly out of the way right into Lee's waiting attack. I got you. Lee swung his leg in a high kick. To his complete surprise, Haku caught his kick without even flinching. I apologize, but you'll be coming with me. Haku began running through one-handed seals. When he finished, a mirror of ice quickly formed behind him. Bushy brow! Lee-senpai! Hinata and Naruto both charged forward. Too late, I'm afraid. Haku stepped into the ice and pulled Lee with him. Hey, take care of Tazuna-san. Don't worry about me. That was the last thing Lee shouted before he was pulled into the mirror. As if it was magic, they both vanished. Naruto and Hinata's screams reached the ears of the two battling jonin. Guy spun around just in time to see Lee being sucked into the mirror. What the hell? Guy stared in horror and took 2 nervous steps towards his team. Hold on right there, my guy. You have a choice to make here. Guy spun around, his eyes glaring. If looks could kill, Zabuza would be dead 108 times over. My little pupil there has just dumped your genin into Gada's stronghold, but he'll be coming back in just a second. Now here's where your choice is. You let me go back to the hideout and I'll make sure nothing happens to him. In exchange, you can keep my pupil over there as collateral. Guy took a step towards Zabuza, ready to continue the fight. Or you can continue to fight me, but even if you win, Haku will have taken your other 2 students and there will be no way for you to ever find them. So what will it be? Let me go and have a shot at saving all 3 students? Or kill me and lose them? How can I trust you to keep your bargain? Guy seethed between clenched teeth. I still need to kill the bridge builder. Zabuza answered easily. Bring him and Haku on top of that bridge in 2 weeks. Also be sure Haku has his weapons. Make sure no one else comes, not even your other 2 genin. I'll show up with your last one. We'll finish our battle for good at that time. You shameless bastard. Guy grit his teeth. If even a hair on my precious student is hurt, I'll make you wish you were never born. With that, Guy turned and disappeared, facing his students. Zabuza let out a deep laugh as he made his own hasty retreat. The whole thing would have been pointless if Guy somehow managed to follow him after all. Naruto and Hinata ran straight into the mirror and bounced off of it completely. No, you bastard. Give Bushy-brow back. Naruto whipped out a kunai and began stabbing the mirror with all his might. H's blade broke off completely from the handle on his 5th swing. Let me try. Hinata's past insecurities were completely forgotten as she tried with all her might to save her teammate. She channeled all the chakra possible into her hands until they were both covered in what appeared to be blue lions. Juho Sashiken. Hinata struck again and again with her enhanced palms. Are you sure this is all right? They both spun around to see Haku stepping out from another mirror right behind them. If I had wanted, I could have killed the bridge builder right here. You both left him completely unguarded. Fortunately for you, Zabuza-san has the unfortunate weakness of liking to mentally torture his opponents, so he'll live for today. Tazuna took a couple nervous steps away from the mirror. You bastard. Where did you take Bushy-brow? Naruto shouted. Your friend is safe. Fear not, we'll have more time to talk later. Haku began forming more one-handed signs. Before he could even get halfway through them, however, Guy appeared. Get away from my students. Haku didn't stand a chance. Guy's fist buried itself into his stomach and the boy was out cold before he even knew it. His mirrors shattered and fell to pieces as Haku's body went limp where he stood. Naruto Hinata. Guy turned himself and Haku fell to the ground unceremoniously. Lee. The 2 genin looked at each and then back at their sensei. They were speechless. H.A. I'm sorry. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Tazuna threw himself at Guy's feet. Please, I'm sorry, forgive me. Tears freely fell from the man's eyes as he begged for forgiveness.
Go support me on Patreon for more fanfiction that includes adult content as well. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel. Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you.